The lotus platform descended slowly, and a vast and mighty force rippled out. The eye of heavenly Tao in the sky slowly closed. Under the 12 illusionary lights, everyone's expression was solemn. They felt the vast and boundless power of the heavenly Tao, and their hearts were filled with infinite respect. Boom! The lotus seat finally landed above the demon lord. It was like a holy golden lotus blooming, and a vast power surged down. As the eye of heavenly Tao closed, 12 rays of light in the sky suddenly flew up. Walla-la-la-la-la! The sound of chains filled the sky as the 12 beams of light rushed toward Xianxia, while the faint light kept rushing into his body. Bang! 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 Everyone in the sky was sent flying by the sudden surge of light. They all spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were extremely pale. Wei Qing's mouth was full of blood. He roared, "Bolong! The opening of the seal will injure everyone. Why didn't you tell us in advance?" Eft. He was so angry that he spat out blood again. The water deity's expression was cold as she said slowly, "I was planning to remind everyone after I finished reciting the poem, but who knew that the seal would be activated right after I finished reciting it? It's already too late." Eft. Wei Qing spat out another mouthful of blood and roared, "A ghost wants to hear you recite a poem." He was not the only one. The rest of the people also spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of resentment. Under the lotus platform, 12 beams of light merged into Yunxiao's body. The look on the Devil Lord Piyu's face changed from an angry roar to a dazed and confused one, and then he gradually closed his eyes. The true fiend Dharma idol and its 3 heads and 6 arms disappeared. A cobweb-like mark of 12 virtual lights suddenly appeared on Yunxiao's chest, and his independent divine sense seemed to be affected as well, causing him to fall from the sky. Bang! Yunxiao fell to the ground, half of his body buried in the mud. The vast power of heaven and earth gradually dispersed, and the clear sky slowly returned. The lotus seat seemed to have exhausted its power and also fell from the sky to the ground. The water deity's face also began to lose its luster, and she fell onto the lotus platform. The surrounding lotus petals gathered together and completely covered her. In the distant sea forest, within the Sea Emperor's palace, Poron suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his old face shrank rapidly. In an instant, he looked like a bag of bones, and his face was hateful. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, and his vitality was constantly flowing out of his body. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant. A beam of light appeared in the hall. Zuya's face was filled with shock as he said, "Your Excellency Poseidon, please." Poron stretched out his hand and interrupted him, saying, "I'm fine," she said. "Your Majesty, did you use the power of the heavenly path in the lotus?" Zuya asked, his face full of worry. Hee, I still can't hide it from you. This is the first time I've seen the power of the heavenly path, Balin said with a chuckle. It's really powerful. His aged face flickered with a luster, as if he yearned for that supreme power. Zuya said, "The lotus platform contains a trace of the power of the eye of heavenly Tao. Only the true owner of the lotus platform can display it. I didn't expect Princess Waterfairy to be able to refine the lotus platform. It should be due to her pure heart." Haha, what pure spirit. Zuya, when did you become so good at talking? To put it bluntly, it's just that fools have their own good fortune, said Poron with a smile. He seemed to be very happy, but his expression soon became serious again. I didn't expect that the demonic Lord Piyu could be awakened by the water fairy's blood. I'm afraid that the heavenly martial realm will no longer be peaceful. Everything is set in stone, Zuya said. The blood of the water fairy princess may not be enough. That Li Yunxiao has part of the demon Lord Monarch's devil essence in his body. The combination of the two produced such an effect. Master Piyu seems to have changed a lot, Polong said worriedly. He's different from what's written in the records. Could it be that he's been sealed for countless years, so his temperament has changed? It's possible, Zuya said. But no matter what, it's already very difficult to stop the demon master from returning to the human world. I can only hope that the two demon masters still have different paths and can't tolerate each other. Only then will we have a chance. Otherwise, it will be as Lady Aro predicted, the world will be destroyed. Roe Wan Master, Poron called out softly, his face filled with endless love. He seemed to be a little tired as he waved his hand and said, "You may leave. The realm of heaven martial arts is no longer our world. We'll leave everything to those young people." Wuxia frowned and said, "Your Majesty, you're a pai xiu." Before he could finish his sentence, Poron had already disappeared from the hall. Wuxia's brows furrowed even more. He could only sigh deeply. Poron no longer had any interest in the world. Even if the world were to collapse in the future, it would no longer be his business. AI! Wuxia let out another long sigh and disappeared from the hall. At this moment, outside the Red Moon City, the desolate land was barren. The cold wind was blowing and many people were moving, but there was no sound. It was strangely quiet. Everyone looked at each other with confusion. This is considered the end. Are you done? Did we win? Can we leave this hell-like place now? All sorts of questions were raised. Everyone felt like they were in a dream, as if they couldn't believe that they were still alive. The wedding, which was supposed to be a joyous occasion, had turned into a killing field the moment Xianxia stepped in. Peak 9-star, Divine Transcendence, Sanctuary, Soul Formation C, Super Forces, Demon Race, various Super Experts, 7 Sect Masters, titled Martial Sovereigns, leaders of 2 Holy Lands, the terrifying Ghost King, the unknown demonic lord, and the Sea Emperor Xianxia, who had arrived in a borrowed body, had all arrived. The peak 9-star existences that were rarely seen on normal days were as insignificant as ants in this killing ground. Countless legendary figures and peerless powerhouses who had transcended the mortal world were as weak as dogs. Even the saint weapons that had not appeared for tens of thousands of years were suddenly like street goods. It was as if everyone had a kasaya. They couldn't believe their eyes that they were still alive in this dreamlike environment. They patted their heads a few times until they bled. Only then did they believe that they were alive. Ha ha ha, it's really over. I'm still alive. Ha 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 ha. That's great. One of the martial artists was overjoyed and went crazy on the spot. After laughing madly for a while, he fell to the ground with a smile on his face and died. At this moment, everyone's gazes suddenly gathered on the samsara wheel floating in the sky. All the battles had ended, and it seemed to be time for this saint weapon to be taken. Everyone's heart burned with excitement. When they thought of the power that the Ghost King had displayed, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Originally, in this killing field where peak 9-star martial artists were like ants and transcendents and saints were like dogs, no one dared to make any noise. However, at this moment these experts were all seriously injured. It would be good if they could make it back. How could they have the strength to snatch the profound level weapons? Everyone's eyes were not only on the wheel, but also on Yifan, who had lost his cultivation, and Long Chenmiao, who was severely injured. Everyone thought to themselves, the sword in his hand doesn't seem too bad. There was also the lotus throne that wrapped around the water fairy, which also attracted everyone's attention. However, everyone knew that this thing belonged to the Sea Emperor, and the daughter of the Sea Emperor was inside. They could not help but feel nervous and did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, a figure flashed and instantly rushed to the side of the samsara wheel. He reached out and grabbed the wheel. At the same time, he laughed out loud. Ha ha! This wheel is mine. Goodbye, everyone. His hand landed on the wheel, and a ray of light suddenly shot into his body. What? The man was shocked. Before he could react, he exploded into pieces with a bang. Damn it! Don't let him get away. The crowd had just rushed forward in anger, intending to tear that person into 1,000 pieces when they heard the explosion. The person in front of them was instantly turned into minced meat. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at the wheel in horror. The green light on the wheel flickered non-stop, and they immediately thought of the Ghost King in fear. Ha ha ha! Yu Shengfeng suddenly laughed and said, Saint artifacts have spirits. They're not something that any random person can take. Humph! Everyone looked at each other, wanting to take it but not daring to. I'd like to try. Even if I die under this profound level weapon, it'll be worth it. Han Junting walked out shakily. Although she was also covered in wounds, none of them were fatal. She had protected herself well. Everyone's gaze fell on her, and they all frowned. They did not know where such a person came from. However, there were also many people who recognized her as the head shopkeeper of the Star and Moon School. Their expressions changed constantly. On one hand, they hoped that others would be blown to death, but on the other hand, they were afraid that their profound level weapons would be taken away. They were all worried about the gains and losses. Ning Qiun also frowned, but she didn't say anything as her injuries were too serious. Humph. You want it, I want it too. Person walked out from the crowd. It was Li Yi, and he did not have a single injury on him. After absorbing a portion of Shang's power and consuming the Great Void Dao fruit fragment, his eyes were bright and his origin power surged and rose to 9 stars. Han Junting's face darkened and she said sarcastically, "So it's you? You two-faced traitor of the demon race." Li Yi was furious and shouted, "Old man, you're really tired of living. This young master is an expert under Lord Wei Qing's command, and I've been hiding my guts and working undercover in the monster race. TSK, you call yourself a strong person? How embarrassing," Han Junting said with disdain. "You dare to underestimate me? Then don't blame me for killing you first and then taking the wheel." Li Yi's eyes turned cold as he charged forward without a second word. A long sword was unsheathed and he aimed it at Han Junting's throat. Han Junting's expression changed slightly. His opponent had just become a 9 stars martial sovereign and was no match for her at all. However, she was injured, while his opponent had not even a single star of injury on him. "Humph, coward." Han Junting laughed contemptuously. To be able to protect herself so well in the midst of a series of battles, this person in front of her was definitely one of a kind. Disdainfully, she stomped on the ground and dodged it. At the same time, she made a hand seal and spun around the sword aura, pointing directly at Li Yi's brow. Li Yi's heart jolted, and he retreated in shock. The momentum of that incantation seal was extremely strange. The other party's control of strength was exquisite and abnormal. It seemed that he was a difficult opponent. Humph! After Han Junting forced Li Yi back with a single move, she strode toward the Wheel of Fortune. "Stop!" he ordered. Suddenly, a voice sounded and Han Junting felt a terrifying aura. She suddenly retreated in shock, her figure instantly splitting into thousands of shadows in the air, flying in all directions. Boom! Under the pressure of a force, all the phantoms were shattered. She was also directly sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the sky. The demon temple stood to the side coldly and said sarcastically, "In the mountains, there are no tigers, and monkeys call themselves kings. But as long as there are tigers, even if it's a sick tiger, it's not something that monkeys can call kings. Look, everyone here is injured, but any one of you can stand up and kill you 1,000,000 times over. The gap between realms is a chasm." Han Junting's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with shock. She quickly retreated and did not dare to have any more ideas about the Wheel of Fortune. The rest of the people were also shocked. They immediately broke away from their greedy desires and no one dared to step forward. Li Yi could not help but wipe off his cold sweat. If he was the one who stepped forward just now, he was afraid that Ci would have killed him immediately. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt Ci's gaze on him. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced through his body, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly fled into the distance. "You want to leave? It's too late." Ci's face was frosty, and his hatred for Li Yi was no less than Shang's. As the high priest of the monster race, his biggest wish in life was to lead the monster race to prosperity. Shang's appearance had undoubtedly brought him a ray of light. It seemed that the light was right in front of him, but it was destroyed by this lowly human in front of him. He wanted to eat Shang's flesh raw. "Lord Wei Qing, save me." Li Yi hurriedly ran towards Wei Qing, but at this moment, Wei Qing was also lying on the ground with heavy injuries and a gloomy expression. He wished he could just kill Li Yi right now. Among the people present, only the divine transcendence experts in the best condition were Xianxia, who had just sacrificed his life in exchange for being full of blood and demons. Although he was injured by the virtual light of the chains of law, most of his strength was still there. At this moment, Wei Qing was worried that he would lose his life, and Li Yi even led the demon temple in his direction. He was so angry that he kept coughing violently. He had vomited so much blood that he almost couldn't spit it out. He coughed so hard that he couldn't see any blood. "Lord Wei Qing, this demon temple wants to kill me. Please save me, Lord." Li Yi quickly asked for help. Wei Qing's face darkened. As one of the sanctuary's rulers, he could not possibly give in to the demon race in front of all the powerhouses in the world. He could only glare at Li Yi and said, "Mr. Xianxia, I'm not sure what kind of grudges you have against Li Yi, but he's now one of my men. I hope Mr. Xianxia will give me some face." "Face? Wei Qing, you seem to want to kill us all just now," Xi said coldly. His face turned cold, and his eyes were like knives as he looked at Wei Qing with disdain. His body was full of killing intent. Wei Qing cursed in his heart and kept blaming himself for speaking nonsense. How could face be more important than his life at this time? He could only bite the bullet and say, "Mr. Ci, you've misunderstood. Our two clans have always been on good terms. We've lived in peace and harmony for so many years. Sir wouldn't want to cause a war between the two races because of a misunderstanding, right? As for this Li Yi, even though he's one of my men, he has to bear the consequences if he does anything wrong. I don't care how you guys deal with him. He used the monster race to threaten the temple. His meaning was obvious. If they dared to touch him, the two races would go to war. At the same time, he showed his submissive side and voluntarily gave up on Li Yi in exchange for the other party's favor." Humph! Naturally, Ci understood what he meant. Although he was extremely unwilling, the strength of the two races was clear for all to see. He had no choice but to give in. He could only snort heavily and walk towards Li Yi. "Lord Wei Qing! Lord Wei Qing! You can't just leave me like this." Li Yi was shocked and said hurriedly. Wei Qing said indifferently, "Li Yi, you have to be responsible in life. Although you're my subordinate, there's no such thing as reason in this world. If you have your reasons, you should make it clear to Mr. Ci. I believe that Mr. Ci is a reasonable person and will not make things difficult for you. But if you don't, I won't protect you even if you're my subordinate. I'll deal with you fairly." Everyone's face darkened as they looked at Wei Qing with disdain. However, they were under the roof and the situation was more pressing than they were, so they had no choice but to lower their heads. It was indeed unwise to anger the demon temple for someone like Li Yi. As the ruler of the sanctuary, Wei Qing was smooth and slick, so he would not make such a small mistake. Li Yi's face contorted as he immediately understood what was going on. He was so scared that he quickly ran away. If he was caught by the demon temple, he would definitely die. An ordinary death would be fine, but he would probably be tortured in all kinds of ways, and he would rather die than live. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky, as if it had been struck by a hammer. Soon after, a dense grid line appeared and began to spread in the air. Just as everyone was shocked and confused, a huge black hole appeared. It was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. "What? Is there another monster?" Everyone's expression changed. They all blamed themselves for being too greedy. They didn't know how to escape just now. But now they couldn't even escape. Wei Qing's pupils shrank as he immediately saw the reason for this formation and was overjoyed. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds kept coming from the black hole, as if a battleship was traveling in the air. Finally, a ray of golden light shot out and turned into a small black boat, spinning in the air. The small boat was covered in golden runes as it slowly descended. "Black Universe Protector!" Wei Qing was overjoyed and shouted. Everyone was shocked and looked at the small boat. Although they didn't know the people on it, they immediately relaxed when they heard Wei Qing's words. They all wiped their sweat and thought, how could there be so many monsters in the world? On the other hand, the demon's expressions changed drastically, especially the demon temple. With a sudden shake of its arm, A silver sword appeared and was thrust at Li Yi. If the people of the holy region interfered, he would no longer have a chance. Li Yi was quite cunning. The moment the warship appeared, he immediately ran over. When he heard Wei Qing's shout, he shouted even more wildly, "Lord Black Universe Protector, please save me. I'm Li Yi, a subordinate of Lord Wei Qing." The few people on the battleship were horrified. Putting aside the destruction on the ground below, the people who were meditating on the ground were all powerhouses of the present age. There were even a few titled martial sovereigns among them. Ling Baiyue and Nanfeng Xian were both shocked, and He Yuhu was also shocked. It was one thing for so many experts to appear all of a sudden, but the most unbelievable thing was that all of them were like arrows at the end of their flight, and some were even on the verge of death. Just as the few of them were in shock, they saw Li Yi running away with a sword from the demon temple behind him. Black Universe Guard's brows furrowed. Although he did not recognize Li Yi, he knew that Li Yi was Wei Qing's subordinate, so he was naturally one of his own. Meanwhile, the pursuers behind him were obviously from the demon race. When he looked over, his eyelids twitched violently. His heart sank and he thought to himself, it was actually the monster race's high sacrificial temple. The moment he recognized Ci, he did not think too much and teleported over. Dang! He raised his hand, and a finger helmet instantly appeared on his fist, which he struck out. Bang! When Ci's sword ray was shattered, he stopped his pursuit, his face filled with regret and anger. He blamed himself for not making a move earlier. If he wanted to kill Li Yi now, it would be even more difficult than ascending to heaven. Woo woo woo! Li Yi felt the terrifying sword aura brush past him and shatter into pieces. Once again, he narrowly escaped death, and he could not help but burst into tears. Black Universe Protector frowned and revealed a look of disdain. Was this person really Wei Qing's subordinate? He couldn't help but look at Wei Qing. Wei Qing's face was slightly red and he coughed a few times. Ci said coldly, "Lord Wei Qing, do you still remember what you said just now? Nothing in the world can escape the word reason. If Li Yi is being unreasonable, you'll definitely deal with him properly." "Of course," Wei Qing said with a straight face. "Although the status of the sanctuary is transcendent, we must uphold justice, fairness, and reason. We cannot use force to suppress others. However, Mr. Ci, you didn't reason with Li Yi just now. Instead, you killed him right away. Isn't that too beneath your status as a great priest?" Ci was stunned and furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Qing, is this what you meant by fair and just? Why? Does Mr. Ci have any objections?" Wei Qing frowned. The demon temple's face turned ashen. It looked at He Yuhu and the others and snorted. "Good, today's matter is over. The green mountains will never change, and the green water will flow forever. Everyone, take care." In a flash, he came to Shang's side, planning to leave with him. "Hold on," Wei Qing suddenly shouted, his eyes shooting out cold stars. "You can leave, but leave the armillary sphere behind." "What?" The demon clan's holy artifact, the armillary sphere, has reappeared in the human world. "What?" He Yuhu was shocked. He suddenly understood why this place was so dangerous and why the titled martial sovereigns were all heavily injured. However, he was still quite puzzled. Was the armillary sphere really so powerful? Ling Baiyue's face was even gloomier. Now that the armillary sphere was exposed, she would definitely not have a share. Moreover, she did not see Wei Min at the scene, so he was most likely dead. He had lost a peak 9-star subordinate for nothing and did not get any benefits. He took a deep breath with a gloomy face and exhaled a white breath, as if to relieve the anger in his body. Nanfeng Xian suddenly smiled slyly and said, "Lady Baiyu has to cultivate and regulate her breathing, even when she's on a mission. No wonder her strength has improved so quickly." Bai Lingyue's face was full of black lines. She smiled awkwardly. "You must be joking." With a serious look, Nanfeng Xian said seriously, "I'm not joking. I'm speaking the truth. Lady Baiyue's elemental energy has already materialized." Feng Xian is impressed. Bai Lingyue's expression darkened. "Nanfeng Xian, Can you stop spouting nonsense? Nanfeng Xian chuckled and disappeared from the battleship in a flash. She landed beside He Yuhu and said, "Greetings, Lord Wei Qing." Wei Qing replied with a soft and said as if greeting, "You're here. That armillary sphere is so powerful?" Nanfeng Min asked. "Even so many titled martial sovereigns can't withstand it?" A rare look of surprise flashed across her eyes. "The process is very complicated," Wei Qing said. "I'll tell you in detail later. Now, the best thing to do is to intercept a few supreme-grade profound-level weapons." "A few?" Nanfeng Xian was shocked for a moment, and He Yuhu's pupils also contracted, shooting out rays of cold light. Wei Qing nodded. "That's right. The Demon Clan's armillary sphere, the great wheel of samsara in front of you, the Noah's ship in this kid's hand, and the Divine Realm tablet in Li Yunxiao's possession." Black Universe Guard's body trembled as he said in shock. "Noah's ship and the Divine Realm tablet have also appeared." His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't know what the samsara wheel was, but Noah's boat was the only supergrade profound artifact made by human beings in tens of thousands of years, and the Divine Realm tablet had only been recorded in sporadic historical records. Ling Baiyue was also shocked. For pieces of supreme-grade Xian artifact? What's going on with the heavenly Tao? No wonder Yen Tianyi would have such a strange phenomenon. Wei Qing frowned and said, "So it's a heavenly instrument phenomenon. No wonder you guys came to the Red Moon City by force." However, it shouldn't be these transcendent-grade, profound-level weapons that triggered the heavenly instrument phenomenon. It should be the heavenly way divine art that the Lord had just displayed. It directly dropped the chains of law which triggered the phenomenon. He pointed at the lotus seat. At this moment, the water fairy was completely wrapped by the lotus and his face could not be seen clearly. The chains of law. The few of them were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Nanfeng Xuan's eyes bulged as she cried out, "Lord Wei Qing, are you sure you're not wrong? Or did I hear it wrong?" "You didn't hear wrong." Wei Qing shook his head and said, "It's hard to explain the details. The woman of the Sea Emperor, Poron, is inside this lotus platform. I've heard that this lotus platform is a supreme-grade profound-level weapon." The situation was very complicated, and the master of Red Moon City, Tang Qing, had also died. "Lord Black Universe Protector, let's keep these supreme-grade profound-level weapons first before we discuss further." "All right." He Yuhu immediately understood the importance of the matter. Although he did not know what had happened, the fact that so many titled martial sovereigns were seriously injured, for to 5 supreme-grade profound-level weapons that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, and even the descent of the chains of law, this was far beyond any ordinary incident. Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue's faces were also unusually solemn. They knew that this was probably the most important moment in tens of thousands of years. In a flash, the two of them surrounded the great demons. Qin Chuan's face was also pale as he looked around the arena. When his eyes fell on Yunxiao, his pupils constricted as he thought, "I'm not going to let you go. Is he dead?" Wei Qing. Ci's face was full of anger. "I didn't make things difficult for you when I was still capable. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Mr. Ci, you make it sound like I owe you something," Wei Qing said coldly. "Besides, I don't intend to kill you all. I just want you to hand over your profound-level weapons. Whether your life is more important or the profound-level weapons is more important, you can choose for yourself." After Shang used the sky-sealing stamp and was injured by the Demon Lord, he was unable to recover. His face was still pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "The armillary sphere is a sacred object of our demon race. It is impossible to hand it over. If you insist on it, then you can only fight to the death. Are you sure you can defeat us?" "I'm not sure, but this is a saint artifact. Even if I'm not sure, I'll still have to give it a try. Since you insist on trying, I'll risk my life to accompany you," Yao Ci said with a smile. "Lord Hu, let's give it a try. We might be able to kill them all and take the other saint artifacts." Shang's brows furrowed, and a look of desperation flashed across his eyes. "Good. I'll try out the power of these mighty people of the human race. At most, I'll self-destruct the armillary sphere and we'll all die together. What? Self-destructing a saint artifact? Everyone was stunned and retreated in shock. Saint artifacts can also self-destruct? Doubt rose in everyone's hearts. Although these words sounded like a threat, a saint artifact was still a profound artifact. A 9th-tier profound artifact could self-destruct, so logically speaking, it was also logical for a saint artifact to self-destruct. However, he had never heard of a saint artifact exploding, so he didn't know if it was true or not. Wei Qing and He Yuhu's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other, not knowing if the saint artifact would self-destruct. Shang, you're lying to us, Wei Qing said sternly. We've never heard of anyone who could self-destruct a saint weapon. If it really can, then wouldn't this move be invincible and able to kill anyone? I don't need to explain much, Yi sneered. Whether I can self-destruct or not, you'll know once you try. Li said, how many saint artifacts have there been since ancient times? Furthermore, Lord Shang has already fused with the armillary sphere. We can live and die together. Black Universe Protector was also indecisive. Not to mention the self-destruction of a saint artifact, even the self-destruction of 2 transcendent saints, Shang and Ci, was not something he could handle. Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, Ci said coldly. If you want to snatch the armillary sphere, then don't even think about getting a single profound level weapon. You can all die with us. His face was full of ferocity. Although he had a strong sense of threat, no one dared to really try just in case it was true. If the 2 divine transcendence experts self-destructed and used the armillary sphere, everyone's soul would probably be scattered. Not to mention strengthening all the saint artifacts, they would even lose their lives. Wei Qing's heart was tangled, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, all right, you guys go. Humph. You want a profound level weapon, but you're afraid of death. Lord Wei Qing, I feel ashamed for you. Ci laughed coldly and said sarcastically, Demon Temple, don't be so smug, Wei Qing angrily said. Since the monster race has the armillary sphere, I will come to visit sooner or later. Ci's expression changed, and he was also extremely angry. He snorted heavily and no longer paid attention to him. The referee replied, the green robe remains unchanged, and the green water flows forever. If you wish to visit the demon race, I welcome you on behalf of everyone. A cold look flashed across his face, and all the great demons had a high fighting spirit, as if they were looking forward to the battle in the future. Let's go, Ci said. He waved his hand, and a ray of light rose. The demons immediately hid in the clouds and slowly flew up, finally disappearing from the earth. Wei Qing stared at the few of them leaving and said coldly, it seems like I have to pay more attention to the illusionary realm of stars and moon. I'll send people to pay more attention to this. It's best to set up some more measures outside the star and moon illusion, Ling Baiyue said. We'll discuss it in detail when we get back, Wei Qing said. Now, bring everyone back to the sacred zone. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were both shocked and angry. Wei Qing, what right do you have to take us away? Xianxia said angrily. Xianxia, right? Wei Qing said coldly. I'll settle the score with you bit by bit in the Red Moon City. Let's go back to the Holy Region first, and I'll see how I'll deal with you. Black Universe Protector looked at everyone. They were all renowned experts, and there were a few unfamiliar existences who were also emitting powerful auras. He growled, take him away. Why did I forget to bring some subordinates with me when I came out? Nan Fengxian complained. I can only work hard on my own. She stretched out her hand, and a red glow appeared. It turned into a bundle of dragon tendons in the air and flew down, throwing it to Qin Chuan. Seal them all. Then use this dragon tendon to tie them up and bring them back. Ling Baiyue's eyes flickered and landed on the samsara wheel. She swallowed and said, is this also a saint artifact? His eyes were filled with greed as he walked over. Wei Qing frowned but didn't say anything. At this moment, Ling Baiyue's heart was in a dilemma. She really wanted to take the wheel and run away. With a sacred artifact in hand, he didn't want to be the secretary of a sanctuary division anymore. He carefully walked forward and reached out his hand to grab it. Ling Baiyue! Nanfeng Xian suddenly cried out and directly appeared beside him, striking out with her palm. Pa! Ling Baiyue's palm was pushed away. What are you doing? Nanfeng Xian. Ling Baiyue was furious and shouted. Nanfeng Xian chuckled. Lady Baiyu, I saw your eyes glowing with greed and your forehead covered in cold sweat. You must have been intimidated by this saint artifact. That's why I'm reminding you and saving you. Ling Baiyue trembled with anger and said, I don't need you to save me. Nanfeng Xian. Fuck your mother's egg. Don't talk to me anymore. Hee hee, fine, I won't say it. Nanfeng Xian blinked her eyes and flew away. Only then did Black Universe Protector turn his gaze over. I'll take back all of this saint artifact for now. When we reach the holy region, we'll discuss how to deal with it. He reached out to grab the samsara wheel. Pa! Although the samsara wheel trembled, he still managed to grab it. Then, with a flash of green light, he disappeared. After taking the wheel, He Yuhu looked at Yifan. Is Noah's ship with you? Yifan's expression changed. Although He Yuhu did not have any yuan power on his body, every step he took, the pressure of a superior still made him feel like he was in an abyss, and beads of cold sweat started to drip down. Noah's ship is a human race's sacred artifact, so it should be kept by the sanctuary. No matter who you are, just hand it over. Hand over the saint artifact and I won't make things difficult for you, said Black Universe Protector while extending his hand. Yifan gritted his teeth. Is this how saints rob others? Black Universe Protector said. Noah's ship was once owned by Lord Yinantian. Lord Yinantian was the leader of the Sacred Zone. In the end, this sacred artifact should belong to the Sacred Zone. How can you take it by force? Yifan said, I am the descendant of Yi Nanshan's ancestor. What? Everyone was shocked. They started to look at Yifan and thought, no wonder. He Yuhu was also stunned. He didn't know what to do. Right now, he couldn't win over the ownership of the saint artifact. A descendant of Master Yi Nantian? Nan Fengxian was shocked. She landed beside Yifan and sized him up. She giggled. What a handsome young man. Yi Nantian is the most powerful man I admire. I am his fan. What is your name? Yifan, Yifan replied. Yifan? It's really nice to listen to. Nan Fengxian immediately hugged Yifan's arm, acting like a little girl, and said shyly, I'm so happy to see the descendant of my idol. It's just that you're too weak, so let big sister keep Noah's ship. Yifan's face was filled with black lines. He quickly said, no need. I can keep it safe. Nan Fengxian's face darkened, as if she was angry. She said angrily, what, you don't trust me? Yifan hurriedly replied, no, I've been keeping it by myself. I think it's pretty good. Since you won't let big sister keep it, then I won't care if Lord He Yuhu wants to snatch it away from me. Nan Fengxian snorted. Yifan cursed in his heart. What was the difference between you and him? Black Universe Protector also nodded and said, Nan Fengxian is right. This Noah's ship is too dangerous for you. For the sake of the human race's profound level weapon and for your own sake, it's still necessary to place it in the holy region. We don't want Master Yi Nanshan's descendants to die because of this profound level weapon. Yifan gave Yun Xiao a bitter look in the distance, who was still lying on the ground in a coma. He said helplessly, how about you let me consider it? You still need to consider? Black Universe Protector frowned. Yifan was speechless. Not even considering. All right, think about it, Black Universe Protector said. It wasn't good to force his hand or push him too far. After all, everyone was watching. He could just bring Yifan back to the holy region. Then, he turned to Yun Xiao with a suspicious look and said, I've also seen some scattered records on the Divine Realm tablet in some ancient books. It seems to be an extraordinary thing. Yu Shengfeng's face darkened and he was extremely anxious. Yun Xiao had too many things that he wanted, but now, let alone fighting for them, he was afraid that he could not even protect himself. Beifeng Nan's face flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and appeared next to Yun Xiao in a flash, shielding him behind him. Although he had also suffered various kinds of heavy injuries, His physical body was, after all, at the phenomenal stage. It had decayed for 100,000 years, but it was not damaged. When he held the sword, he was still majestic and imposing. Zombies? Black Universe Protector frowned. Leave Li Yunxiao. Bai Ming Nan pointed his long sword and said, Leave Li Yunxiao. Don't listen to him, Wei Qing said. We don't know where he came from. If we can bring him back to the sanctuary, then we'll do some research. If we can't, then we'll just kill him. That's good then, Black Universe nodded. He clenched his fist, and a finger helmet appeared on his fist. In a flash, he attacked. The powerful air pressure was like a falling meteorite under that punch. Beifeng Nan had wanted to use his sword to slash at it, but he found that the power of the punch was so shocking that he was completely suppressed. He could only hold his sword in front of him to resist the power of the punch. Boom! The eternal imperial sword was bent down, and it let out an endless trembling sound. He couldn't take it anymore and was sent flying. The sword trembled in the air, and Beifeng Nan was forced back 1,000 feet by the sword. What a strange body. Black Universe Protector was surprised. But in such a situation, how could someone be simple? Seeing him grab at Yunxiao, Bai Ming Nan panicked. He waved his sword with his right hand and pulled back his left palm, where a ball of green lingered. That's Ing Luo. Wei Qing's heart suddenly trembled as he looked at the fluorescent green light with a surprised and suspicious expression. Octagon Shadow, Eternal Sword Control. With a wave of the sword, it turned into a sky full of sword shadows, and in an instant, the whole sky was filled with dense sword chi. Friend, everyone here is an expert. Don't show off such a small skill. Ling Baiyue's body flickered a few times, and a feather fan suddenly appeared in her hand. It was inlaid with 7 blue gemstones, emitting a vivid radiance. Wild waves. With one fan, boundless astral wind gushed out and spun in the sky, covering all the sword chi. It turned into a boundless sword chi whirlwind and hit back under Ling Baiyue's control. Bai Ming Nan's expression changed, and he dodged the attack. Ling Baiyue frowned as if she felt that this person was more difficult to deal with than she had expected. She said, Lord Black Universe Protector, just leave this person to me. He Yuhu nodded and looked at Yunxiao on the ground. His robe had been torn into pieces, revealing his fair chest, on which a golden array had been engraved. In the center of the formation, there was a lotus-like shape, and a virtual light formed by 12 exquisite runes was pulled into the distance. He gave it a few glances and found that he had never seen such an array before. Without thinking much, he reached out and grabbed at Yunxiao. Suddenly, his arm stopped in the middle of reaching out. His 5 fingers were still open in the air, but they could not move forward at all. Everyone's heart suddenly stopped. At the same time, they sensed a terrifying power spreading in the field. Who is it? Black Universe Guard's eyes narrowed as he looked up at the sky. Layers of white clouds floated above, but nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a ray of green light flashed and shot out from the white cloud. It landed on the ground and turned into a green figure. The man frowned as he looked at Yunxiao on the ground and said, Is he dead? Who are you? The Black Universe Protector asked. The man was completely unmoved by his question. He walked straight to Yunxiao's side, bent down and checked him. Then his brows furrowed. Everyone's eyes fell on the person in front of them, and they all revealed a puzzled expression. The aura of a powerful expert emanating from his body was definitely an existence that could shock the world. But why did it feel so unfamiliar? None of them knew his background. All of a sudden, everyone's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were as big as copper bells. The azure-robed man suddenly raised his foot and stomped on Yunxiao. Bang! A vast force burst out under his feet, and Yunxiao's body was stomped into the ground, cracking it in all directions. Bang! 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 The man kept stomping on the ground, stirring up dust and dust. Yunxiao, who had been unconscious, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and flew out of the deep pit. The green light shot into the sky and turned into Yunxiao's figure. In a great rage, he clenched his 5 fingers, and a large amount of lightning gathered together as he thrust his palm down. "Step on me. I'll kill you." Boom! Countless bolts of lightning struck the man's body, but they were only afterimages that exploded instantly. The man appeared 1,000 feet away and said coldly, "Don't be so ungrateful. I'm already giving you face by not stepping on your face." Xianxia frowned and looked confused as he said, "Che-yu, it's you?" The green-robed man nodded. "Fortunately, I came in time to save you. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. You're still the same as before, seeking death wherever you go." "It can't be helped," Xianxia said. "The protagonist's life can't die no matter what. The ones who save the scene are usually the supporting characters." "If that's the case," Che-yu said coldly, "then you can live on with your main character's life. I'll take my leave first." He turned around and was about to leave. "Don't go, old dragon," Xianxia said in a hurry. You know that I have a cheap mouth. You'll be the main lead today, and I'll be the supporting role." He-yu's face turned a little unsightly. The aura emanating from Che-yu was not weaker than his, and Xianxia clearly had an extraordinary relationship with this man. "What's going on? Did you start a war with the world?" Che-yu looked around. With a bitter look on his face, Xianxia said, "It's a long story, but I haven't seen you for a few days and you've improved a lot. With my talent, I can easily find a place to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days and I'll be able to make rapid progress. Even if you risk your life every day, you'll only be able to reach this level." "That's great," Xianxia said. "I can see that He-yu and the others don't look too good. Go and teach them a lesson so that they will be more sensible and not bully people outside all day long." "I'm not here to fight for you," Che-yu said with a frown. His gaze shifted to Black Universe Protector and the others. "However, if anyone wants to fight, I can teach them a lesson. It's free." "Who are you?" Black Universe Protector asked. "You don't need to know who he is," Che-yu said. "I'm going to take Xianxia away now. Is there a problem?" "Yes," Black Universe Protector replied. "That's good. You've chosen to be beaten up." Che-yu nodded. The two of them looked at each other, but the faint spiritual pressure continued to spread out. The entire space became blurry and kept swaying. Nanfeng Xian and Bai Lingyue's expressions changed. They immediately moved to the two sides of Che-yu and became alert, ready to attack at any time. Xianxia leaped back and flew to where Feini was in the distance, where he carefully checked her injuries. His body, which had been almost dried up, was now soft and smooth. His face was also full of blood, full of vitality. However, he seemed to be sleeping soundly, and no one knew when he would wake up. Xianxia reached out his hands and tried to pick her up, in case Che-yu and the others hurt her. But suddenly, a heavenly phoenix primordial light appeared between Feini's eyebrows and turned into the shadow of a phoenix. With a bang, his hand was flicked away. Xianxia was not shocked, but delighted. It seemed that Feini was most likely fine. He tried to take her into the Divine Realm tablet, but there was a force that stopped him from doing so. He could not take her away or move her, so he had to give up and stay by her side with peace of mind. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance. Long Qianmiao's body was shriveled, and his eyes were dull. He was lying on the ground like a dead fish, and his empty eyes were looking at him. Xianxia snorted coldly, not bothering to pay attention to the man. After the dragon essence and phoenix light were forcefully extracted by the devil lord Pu, Long Qianmiao's strength fell from divine transcendence. Such a drop in realm would be difficult to recover for the rest of his life. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there would probably be no more legends of this person. After staring at Che-yu for a while, Black Universe Protector said slowly, "Friend, I don't know who you are, but standing against me is the same as standing against the Holy Region, standing against all the people in the world. Have you thought it through?" Che-yu frowned. "You talk too much. If there's anything else you haven't finished, please say it. I'll beat you up until you have nothing to say." Nanfeng Xian giggled. "Lord Black Universe Protector, this person is a stupid blockhead. Let's break his head." Che-yu's gaze turned cold. He shouted, "Fuck you! Die!" Having been with Yunxiao for a long time, he had learned a lot of those rumors and ruffian words. With a light cry, he disappeared from where he was with a bang. Nanfeng Xian's expression changed drastically. She felt a vast dragon's might engulf the world, bombarding over like a mountain. Wei Qing and Luo Qingyun were both shocked. The power of the dragon was not weaker than Long Qianmiao's. The two of them had the same thought: could it be that there was someone else other than them who could reach the 10th level of true spirit blood? Although Nanfeng Xian was shocked, she did not panic. She stepped lightly on the ground and twisted her body into a strange posture. Then, she suddenly straightened her body and clapped her hands in the air. A few bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. They were red and light green in color, and a thunderstorm crashed in front of him. Boom! The lightning rain formed a storm of lightning that spun continuously. Che Yu's traces could no longer be hidden. He instantly appeared and punched out. Boom! The entire sea of lightning exploded in an instant, shooting in all directions. Bang! Nanfeng Xian took the punch head-on. She felt a sharp pain in her palm and was sent flying. Her two arms were also crushed by the dragon's might, and her sleeves burst open, revealing two white lotus-like arms. She immediately looked embarrassed. After Che Yu's attack, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. He grabbed in the air and a whirlpool appeared in his palm, causing the space to spin as he turned around and attacked. Boom! The sky suddenly became unstable, and countless spatial explosions occurred one after another. Bai Lingyue was also sent flying, and her figure rolled in the air for thousands of feet before she could stop. Divine transcendence! Everyone was shocked. He had easily repelled a peak 9-star expert with one move. He was undoubtedly extraordinary and divine. Che Yu's face darkened. He snorted. You can actually take one of my attacks. You little insects are quite capable. Come, try again. Let's see if I can kill you with my next move. Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue's expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to continue. The two of you, take everyone away. Kill anyone who doesn't comply. His face turned cold. The situation had changed and he could no longer deal with it slowly. If something else happened, he would be in big trouble. Yes. Bai Lingyue replied and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a ray of sword light slashed down from the sky at an unusually fast speed. He dodged it in shock, and a few strands of his long hair fluttered in the air. His gaze turned cold, and in the distance, Beifeng Nan's face was filled with provocation. Humph! Ling Baiyue grabbed her blue jade feather fan and flew away. Nanfeng Xian, I'll leave the cleaning of the battlefield to you. With a dissatisfied expression, Nanfeng Xian pouted her little mouth and said, Qin Chuan, hurry up. Yes. At this moment, Qin Chuan's status was the lowest, and he was completely playing the role of a minor character. His hands formed a seal, and the dragon tendon that Nanfeng Xian had given him suddenly flew up, forming a dense net in the air above the ground. Suddenly, the sword qi in his hand trembled. With a clang, the huge net was cut into pieces and condensed into dozens of small nets, which covered everyone. What? We're also going to catch them? The cultivators in the distance were all shocked and angry. Looking at the green net falling from the sky, they wanted to resist, but they were suppressed by a force. When the green net landed on their bodies, it silently disappeared in a flash as if nothing had happened. However, the origin power in their bodies instantly stagnated and could no longer be circulated. Don't be afraid, Wei Qing said. Everyone, come with me to the holy region. I'll treat you well. We can't accept such a good gift. Han Junting snorted. The rest of the people also showed dissatisfaction, but the weak had no human rights, so they could only swallow their anger. Humph! Yu Shengfeng's expression was cold. A light flashed in his hand, and the falling dragon tendon net was instantly shattered. Among the divine transcendence experts, only Xianhua and Lu Fian's injuries were too serious. When the net landed on their bodies, they were directly hidden. The two of them looked gloomy and their eyes were burning with anger. Qin Chuan trembled under their gazes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was really unlucky to have two titled martial emperors bearing a grudge against him. The remaining people all attacked one after another, cutting the dragon vein blue net into pieces, looking arrogant and unruly. "Kill anyone who disobeys," Wei Qing said coldly. Qin Chuan trembled. Although he was strong enough to kill these seriously injured experts, the aura of these world-shaking existences made him unable to raise his killing intent. "Humph, kill!" Yunxiao sneered as a sword beam emerged in his hand, and he teleported up to slap at Wei Qing. Wei Qing was shocked and quickly retreated. Qin Chuan frowned. He did not dare to attack the martial seniors and bright sovereigns present, but he was still very eager to deal with Yunxiao. "Li Yunxiao, don't be rude." He held his sword and charged forward. Bang! As the two sword gleams intertwined, they rippled out, and the aftermath of the blast swirled up. Qin Chuan was no match for him and was forced back a few steps. He had a shocked expression on his face. "Qin Chuan, what's the matter with you? To think that you're the #1 talent among the juniors in the Holy Region. I thought you were an invincible expert among the rising stars." Nanfeng Min said angrily. "Lord Nanfeng Xian, this man in front of you is the genuine one, the #1 rising star whose name has shaken the world," Qin Chuan said with a bitter smile. "Oh!" Nanfeng Xian clasped her hands together in front of her, her face full of stars as she said shyly, "Handsome, you're my idol. I've heard about you every day in the Holy Region, and I've long wanted to see you in person." Yunxiao snorted. "Granny Nanfeng Xian, you're almost 100 years old. I can't bear to hear you talk to an 18-year-old beautiful young man like this." A strange silence fell on the field. Everyone was dripping with cold sweat. They felt the temperature in the field drop inexplicably, and a murderous aura was almost solid, spinning in the field. "What did you just say?" Nanfeng Xian's face was so dark that it had turned purple. She spread her fingers and spoke word by word, her body trembling slightly. "Granny Zhu, you're scaring me," Yunxiao said coldly. "Can't we just have fun together?" "Die!" A sharp whistling sound rang out, almost piercing the sky. A crescent moon-shaped slash suddenly slashed out, splitting the entire sky. "Don't kill Li Yunxiao." Wei Qing was horrified. "Spare his life." However, Nanfeng Xian was not willing to listen. Her girlish appearance suddenly turned malevolent and terrifying. Talking about age was her bottom line. Even Wei Qing, He Yuhu, and the others did not dare to mention age in front of her. "Die, die, die!" she shouted crazily. Her killing intent soared to the sky, almost condensing into a god of death. Swish! The half-moon slash cut Yunxiao in half, but both of them turned into thunderbolts and then condensed again in a flash. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as well. He knew that Nanfeng Xian did not talk about age, but he did not expect it to be to such an extent. "I will kill you today." When Nanfeng Xian saw that he was still alive, she charged over again in a fit of rage. All of a sudden, a ray of light appeared in the sky, turning into a sharp slash, and slashed towards Nanfeng Xian. The figure was very huge, and it looked very strange as it stood in front of Yunxiao. It was none other than Wuxia, who had revealed his ultimate body at this moment. His lower body was completely that of a strange blue fish, and all kinds of limbs were revealed. Boom! Even Nanfeng Xian didn't dare to underestimate the power of his blade. She calmed down a little and retreated in the air. Wuxia's eyes revealed an incomparably cold intent as he said, "Li Yunxiao, leave this man to me. You go and kill Wei Qing." Yunxiao was taken aback, and it was only then that he realized why the man wanted to help him. Wei Qing was their common enemy. Furthermore, Wuxia's ultimate form would never be exhausted, and his injuries would also heal extremely quickly. He was probably the #1 person under divine transcendence. Even Nanfeng Xian would not be able to defeat him. Great! Yunxiao was overjoyed. Good! He turned his gaze and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing's body trembled and he retreated a few steps in shock. He said angrily, "Feng Zijia, if you are willing to submit to me now, I will write off all the previous matters and I will not pursue this matter." "Wei Qing, do you still have any trust in me now?" Mujia sneered. One of us must die. Wei Qing's expression was grave. He knew that it was impossible for Mujia to turn back. He immediately shouted, Qin Chuan, Luo Qingyun, stop Li Yunxiao. He shouted. He himself took out all kinds of medicinal pills and kept swallowing them, his expression extremely gloomy. The rest of the powerhouses also sped up their recovery. Some of them even directly used secret techniques to increase their strength. Luo Qingyun frowned. Although he was quite reluctant, he still waved his spear and stood with Qin Chuan, facing Yunxiao. Wei Qing's gaze turned to a person in the distance. Mr. Longda, please give me a hand. Although Long Chenmiao's dragon essence and phoenix light had been extracted, and his cultivation base had fallen, his 10th tier dragon might and peak 9-star strength were enough to kill Yunxiao. However, Long Chenmiao's face was blank, and he didn't listen to any calls. Wei Qing's face darkened. He understood Long Chenmiao's current situation. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be so shocked that they couldn't stand up, so he didn't force it. Luo Qingyun, Yunxiao said coldly. Didn't you want to fight me alone? A fair fight is what I want, Luo Qingyun said. At this moment, I'm seriously injured while you're almost in perfect condition. It's already unfair, so it's not too much to join forces with others. Moreover, today's battle is not between you and me. What a good fight not between you and me, Yunxiao sneered. Do you think you can defeat me by joining forces? He clenched his hands, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. The powerful strength continued to rise, directly rushing to the 9-star realm. Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan's expressions changed drastically. A 9 stars martial emperor. Qin Chuan was shocked. Be careful. This person's strength can't be simply measured by his realm. Luo Qingyun's understanding of Yunxiao was far better than Qin Chuan's. He slowly clenched his spear with his 5 fingers, and his face was unprecedentedly serious. Yunxiao's aura was still rising, and a stream of air was spinning around him. Even the space around him was in a trance. This is a Kasaya. Everyone was taken aback, and the shadows of dragons and phoenixes slowly emerged behind Yunxiao. Although they were very faint, they were indeed real dragons and phoenixes. Kill! Luo Qingyun said in a deep voice. With a sweep of his spear, a golden light appeared and he thrust it upwards. What, are you scared? Yunxiao grinned hideously. After the Fiend Lord took over his body, he had absorbed a lot of dragon essence and phoenix light, which could be considered as his wedding dress. Ha! He suddenly roared, and that power directly soared into the sky, exploding to the limit. His entire arm suddenly turned golden as he grabbed the war spear. Bang! Luo Qingyun's origami bright moon spear trembled and burst into beams of spear light under Yunxiao's grip, but it could not shake him at all. Qin Chuan also knew that things were not good. With a flash of his sword, he directly flew up and slashed. His face was solemn as he combined his sword and body. I let you escape last time, Yunxiao sneered. I'll see how you die this time. His left hand also turned into a claw and grabbed in the air. Dang! Even though they were a few feet away from the sword momentum, the air wave in his palm hit the sword, and the sound of metal hitting metal could be heard. Qin Chuan's heart trembled. The power of a single palm had completely suppressed him. Die! Yunxiao gave a loud cry as he pushed out both palms at the same time, pushing the two away. Then, he quickly performed an incantation gesture, and a golden light rippled out from between his palms, condensing into a square golden seal that spun and flickered in front of him, on which countless runes surged. Floating like a dream, flying with a seal. Boom! The seal fell and enveloped the surroundings. Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan couldn't avoid it. Under the extreme shock, the talent of martial artists was highlighted. The two of them instantly calmed down and didn't panic in the face of danger. Luo Qingyun's pupils contracted, and he shouted as his dragon's might surged. 6 broken spear art vacuum break. A roar came from the battle spear as it pierced the sky. Qin Chuan raised his long sword in front of him, and circles of sword talismans flew out, turning into a vortex that filled the sky. De Qian's sword technique 9 heavens and 10 earths crisscross. A huge sword shadow appeared and suddenly slashed at the seal. The two powers were both powerful and overbearing. They chased each other and rushed into the seal. Boom, boom, boom. The floating life seal shattered in an instant, and two forces rushed toward Yunxiao. Humph! A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. He clenched his fists, and his whole body turned into a golden light as he took a step forward. Ha! He suddenly roared and his two fists suddenly smashed down. The air exploded layer by layer and fell on the spear technique and sword light. Boom, boom, boom. Under the impact of the force, waves of air were stirred up, but Yunxiao's body glowed with a golden light in the sky, and he was unharmed. That's Ying Luo, that's Ying Luo. The crowd was horrified as they stared at Yunxiao's current state with their eyes wide open. Wei Qing cried out, Tyrant body tempering technique. The imperishable golden body. This cry of surprise made everyone's hearts beat wildly, revealing a look of disbelief. These were the words that represented invincibility. Yu Shengfeng gritted his teeth and said, Just how many more secrets does this kid have? Damn it, damn it. Qiu Mujie, who was in the distance, was also shocked. He was the #1 expert in the study of the physical body in the world, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Humph! You still dare to be distracted when facing me, Nanfeng Xian said coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. The half-moon golden wheel in her hand was like a scimitar, and she slashed out in a strange posture. Qiu Mujie was instantly startled and hurriedly came back to his senses. He turned his padao and charged forward. However, the strange golden moon wheel wrapped around the blade and flew up into the air, emitting a metallic clang as it slashed toward Qiu Mujie. What? Qiu Mujie's heart trembled, and the horn on his forehead directly knocked down. Bang! A ray of golden light flew into the sky, and the horn was instantly cut off by the golden moon wheel. Qiu Mujie was greatly shocked. With a sudden flap of his wings of the dark swamp, a strange light shot out from his 1,000 eyes, piercing straight towards Nanfeng Xian's head like a sharp blade. Then, the long tail swung and the scorpion needle suddenly stabbed down. Nan Fengshuan's expression darkened. She flipped her body in the air and dodged the attack. The half-moon golden wheel in her hand turned and slashed toward his neck. Humph! Ha! Qiu Mujie's nostrils suddenly enlarged, and he let out a humph ha that caused the air currents to spin and the entire sky to explode. The power of the sound waves attacked indiscriminately, and no matter how Nanfeng Xian moved, she could not avoid it. With a cold snort, she shook her right hand, and dozens of rays of light bloomed from the golden wheel, splitting the sky in an instant. The rays of light shot out from her body, and she disappeared on the spot. Qiu Mujie immediately became alert, not daring to be the slightest bit careless or distracted. As the head of the Holy Region's Law Enforcement Division, Nanfeng Xian's strength was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. She was also basically the candidate for the next governor. Although she usually looked like a little girl, this old woman was already 100 years old. He Yuhu and Che Yu stood in the air, not moving at all. However, He Yuhu's expression was calm and indifferent, without any fluctuations in his emotions. On the other hand, Che Yu's lips were curled into a cold smile, as if he was watching a show. AI! He Yuhu finally let out a sigh. He originally wanted to hold Che Yu back and let Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue clean up the battlefield, but both of them were being bitten by two monsters. Nanfeng Xian was in even more danger and couldn't even protect herself. After Yun Xiao displayed his inextinguishable golden body, he knew that it was impossible for Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan to defeat each other with their joint forces. He stretched out his hand, and a sharp killing intent spread out. His 5 fingers clenched with an explosive sound. His figure flashed and directly turned into 5 figures. Each of them was determined, and they formed a formation and attacked together. Ning Kiyun, who was far away, said, "This is a Kasaya." Ning Kuei frowned and said, "It's just an identity incarnation. It's nothing compared to the I Chi turning San Qing." Che Yu's expression hardened, and with a wave of his right hand, the winds and clouds in the sky changed drastically. A small mountain appeared in the sky, and it shone with a bright light. It descended slowly, spun in the air, and turned into a sharp sword that slashed down. That's Ingluo. Everyone was shocked. The vast power of the sharp sword made everyone's heart tremble. Long Qianmiao's face was pale, and his eyes were hollow. He trembled and almost jumped up from the ground. He looked at the sword in shock and exclaimed, "Shumi and Ata! There's someone who knows what's good." The carriage dragon snorted. He formed a seal with both hands and slapped it directly in the air. Several incantation seals were sent into the Shumi Anut sword, and thousands of sword lights were produced at once, slashing toward the 5 avatars. Boom! As the two forces collided, the space shattered and the world collapsed. Black Universe Guard's 5 bodies combined into one as he threw out another punch. Cheyu sneered. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and slashed out. Bang! Black Universe Protector's arm glowed with a metallic light as he took the sword head-on. He snorted as his right fist suppressed the Shumi and Ata while his left fist punched down. Cheyu's pupils shrunk. He shouted. Clang! The Shumi Andot sword split into 2, and the second sword shadow slashed at the left fist. Boom! With a slash, the two of them were instantly separated. Cheiyu's expression was cold. His long sword danced around his body as he shouted, "Sword technique demon slaying." What? Everyone was shocked. Most of the people present had seen this sword technique before and naturally understood its power. Light shot up from the Shumi and Ata. Countless halos spread out, and a green energy sphere appeared. It was the dragon field. Boom! As the terrifying sword fell, the entire sky was split into 2. Countless spiritual energy and clouds rolled. The ground was directly torn apart by the spirit pressure, and a ravine appeared, which looked like a cliff. The sword intent was boundless as it spread around Black Universe Guard's body, continuously eroding his protective dipper energy. Qingyang martial arts. Black Universe Protector roared as he raised both his hands. A vast amount of energy surged out from his body and swirled in front of him. It then condensed into a light on his fist and struck out. Boom! The sword essence that filled the sky was shattered by this punch. Bang! Bang! Black Universe Guard's pupils shrank, his face filled with shock. Although the power of the punch was mighty, the armor and finger helmet on his arm had reached their limit and exploded. How could the people in the surroundings withstand the impact of such a vast and mighty chi wave? They all fled in an instant. Even Yunxiao was shocked. The power of this sword technique displayed by Che Yu was almost as powerful as his in the past. Humph! This sword move is nothing more than this. Che Yu snorted contemptuously as he glanced at Yunxiao, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone was stunned. Who would say that about their sword? Xianxia and the others who knew Yunxiao's identity understood the meaning of his words. He was just deliberately mocking Yunxiao, and they could not help but smile wryly. Oh? Do you have any sword moves more powerful than Gu Feiyang's sword technique? I'd like to experience it. Even though Black Universe Protector's finger helmet had been shattered, his battle intent was still ignited. His eyes flashed with a brown light as he approached Cheyu. Humph! I'll try my sword. Cheyu gripped the hilt of his sword and the Shumi and Ata trembled. The sound of weapons could be heard and it shot out in all directions. In an instant, 8 illusionary swords appeared around the sword. All of them were spinning and vibrating with the dragon sword. What? Cheyu was concentrating on his sword when he suddenly sensed something. He couldn't help but look down at Long Qianmiao. The two of them looked at each other and their hearts trembled. That's Ingluo. Cheyu was shocked, and he saw Long Qianmiao's body start to ripple with sword will. Heaven and earth could not fly out suddenly, and they spun in front of him. A green dragon domain rippled out, as if it had formed its own world. Ah, that's a Kasaya. Cheyu was shocked. The two true dragon's swords resonated with each other, and their auras continued to rise. Heaven and earth can't use a sword. Cheyu was shocked. A sharp light shot out from his eyes, and he had a look of shock and joy. Suddenly, A wave of pressure in front of him broke through his dragon's might and headed toward his heart. Boom! Black Universe Protector's fingers were like blades as he clenched his fist and shouted, "You've been distracted! Die!" Bang! He clenched his fist in the air, and a stream of energy shot out, breaking through his protective dragon essence. In his shock, Che-Yu quickly dodged and unleashed his true dragon avatar. Bang! Although he had avoided the attack, the force of the punch still hit his chest. The dragon scales were shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Having succeeded in his first attack, Black Universe Guard snorted coldly and charged forward. His entire body emitted a blinding light, making it difficult to see his true form. Bang! He punched out once more and the dragon domain was instantly shattered by his fist radiance. Che-Yu was once again sent flying 1,000 feet and he was extremely furious. He waved his sword and his entire body gave off a colored light along with the Shumi and Ata. He and his sword became one as he flew over and slashed. Black Universe Protector's face was solemn as he clenched his fists in front of him. Unmoving as a mountain, a domineering protective vital spirit burst out, and he was surrounded by a barrier. Bang! As the Shumi and Ata slash came down, the astral wind barrier trembled non-stop. Black Cosmic Guard's body trembled, and several rays of light shot out from his body. They turned into 4 figures behind him and attacked at the same time. Pa! The 4 of them transmitted their energy to each other before finally striking out with their palms behind Black Universe Protector. As the energy surged into his body, Black Universe Protector condensed his palms and struck out. Boom! His protective dipper energy suddenly burst out and blasted the sword energy away. Black Universe Guard struck out with his palms, and the 4 outer body incarnations once again entered his body. Each of his fists split into 10 million incarnations as they chased after Che-Yu. Bang! 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 The powerful chi continued to blast on Che-Yu's body. His scales were flattened inch by inch and dragon essence light was formed. The result of being distracted was that he was repeatedly suppressed by the other party and fell into a situation where he could not fight back at all. True Dragon Avatar. Che-Yu roared and instantly turned into an azure dragon that soared into the sky, causing the ground to shake. The true dragon's celestial body was surrounded by the green light of the dragon essence. The Shumi Anat sword suddenly became bigger and slashed in the air. The essence force in front of the Black Universe shield surged as it suddenly clenched a fist and struck. Boom! A terrible blast of air rushed out, throwing everything within thousands of feet into chaos. Yunxiao and the others were also affected, and all the martial artists who were healing below fled in all directions. Yunxiao's face froze and he looked surprised. Che-Yu seemed to be at a disadvantage. He turned and looked at Long Qianmiao in the distance. Suddenly, his body flickered, and a sword will gushed out of his hand, slashing at Long Qianmiao. Boom! The sword chi cut into the ground, and Long Qianmiao leaped to avoid it. He said with a gloomy face, "What are you doing?" Yunxiao sneered. "Mr. Longda, I can see that you have lost your fighting spirit. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. Why don't you give me the sword in your hand?" Sword of the True Dragon? Long Qianmiao's eyes narrowed. You want the sword of the True Dragon? Yes, yes. It looks very handsome. I really want it. Yunxiao chuckled, but his eyes were cold. Sure. Long Qianyun replied. I'll give it to you if you return the Dragon Essence Phoenix Light to me. Mr. Longda, Yunxiao said. Are you dreaming? The Dragon Essence and Phoenix Light have already been absorbed by me and Feini. How can we return it? Long Qianmiao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't care about what you have. As long as you give me Feini, I'll also give you this sword with both hands. Do you think that's possible? Yunxiao said angrily. Do you think that's possible? Long Qianmiao snorted. If you can't do it, then forget it. You're indeed very strong at the moment, but you're still a little lacking if you want to snatch the sword from my hands. Yunxiao. Wei Qing's eyes lit up. Mr. Longda, take down Li Yunxiao, and I'll try my best to help you recover your strength. Long Qianmiao frowned. Wei Qing, he said, other than the dragon essence phoenix light, there is no other power in this world that can help me. I can even create 10th grade dragon blood. So what if it's dragon essence and phoenix light? Wei Qing asked. Besides, if you want the dragon essence and phoenix light, you have to take down Li Yunxiao. A strange look flashed in Long Qianmiao's eyes, and he said, Good, my power has been greatly weakened, so I'll join hands with these two juniors without caring about my status. Wei Qing was overjoyed and said, Good, quickly take him down. In the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, the only person who can help you is me. Wei Qing. Long Qianmiao was a hero of the world. He was not careless at all. After making up his mind, he slashed out with his sword, and the entire land cracked. Yunxiao's face darkened, and he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled. However, the sword will transformed into a dragon in the sky, roaring and chasing. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Humph! Yunxiao snorted in anger. Instead of running away, his body glowed with a golden light as he clenched his fists, and a violent force poured out of his body as he tried to grab the dragon's sword chi. Suddenly, a flame soared into the sky and turned into the shadow of a phoenix. A graceful and beautiful figure appeared in the sky. She raised her hand, and a colorful butterfly danced on her fingertips. As it flapped its wings, it grew larger and larger as it flew toward the sword chi. Boom! Under the impact of the butterfly, the sword chi exploded in an instant, shaking in all directions. However, there seemed to be a spiritual pressure in front of the figure, which blocked all the waves. Feini, Yunxiao said in surprise. You've recovered? I'm sorry for making you worry. Husband, Feini smiled slyly. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of worry on her face. Long Qianmiao was stunned. Feini, he said coldly, are you going to betray me and the Long family? Fei and I raised her eyes and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Sect leader, it's not me who wants to betray the Long family. You're the one who wants to take my life. Long Qianmiao frowned. I had no choice in the situation just now. You should understand my efforts. Painstaking effort? Hehe. When I was unconscious just now, I only needed a little bit of the Origin Dragon's power to activate my heavenly phoenix nirvana body and rise from the ashes. It won't affect your strength at all. It's impossible for someone with the bloodline of a true dragon like you to not know this. But you directly extracted my heavenly phoenix origin light and put me in an eternal damnation. Everyone was shocked and revealed strange expressions. In the distance, Qi Jiuai's face was also aghast as he muttered, Feini Qianqian. Long Qianmiao's face darkened. I was in a hurry then. I didn't think it through properly. Feini, returned to my side. You are still the young master of the Long family, and I will definitely pass the position of the Long family to you. After today, you can be one of the 7 sect masters. The 7 sect masters? Ha ha ha. Fei and I suddenly laughed and said, So what if there are 7 sect masters? I don't want the 7 sect masters. Her eyes were filled with sadness and confusion as she chuckled. I like the strong, and I like to fight with the strong even more. My husband will definitely be the world's #1. And being the world's #1's wife is more than enough to win the position of sect master. If that's the case, I will personally kill you, you traitor. Long Qianren said coldly. I will extract all the dragon essence and phoenix light from your body. The heaven and earth invisible sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and countless sword wills surrounded it. A dragon realm opened up and suddenly slashed down in the sky. Yunxiao was startled and was about to make a move when he heard Feini say, Husband, let me do it. This is a grudge between me and the sect leader. Let me end it with my own hands. You're too weak, Yunxiao said with a frown. Feini turned around and smiled in surprise. Don't underestimate me. All right, Yunxiao nodded. Be careful. Fei and I raised her hand and her entire body transformed into the form of a demonic phoenix. A light flickered on her fingertips like the light of a firefly and suddenly pointed down. Boom! With her as the center, an infinite amount of power burst out from her finger and turned into halos, shaking the universe in all directions. Boom! The two forces collided, causing shockwaves to spread out and countless ripples to ripple in the sky. It was as if the two of them were unable to calm down. The sword in Long Qianmiao's hand danced as he gritted his teeth and said, "Feini, you are indeed the most outstanding young master of the Long family. How can I bear to kill you with my own hands?" Fei and I was also emotional as memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Her heart softened and she said, "Sect leader, put down the true dragon's sword and leave. Feini doesn't want to hurt you." "Humph. Hurt me? Feini, you're way too confident." Long Qianren roared and appeared in front of Feini in an instant. He swung his long sword, and the sword radiance split the sky. Fei and I's figure was in a daze. The afterimage was shattered by the sword light, while her real body was thrown backward and she kicked forward. Long Qianmiao's first attack failed, so he retreated instantly. Then he raised his sword again and stabbed down. Feini raised her right hand and used 2 fingers to pinch the blade of the sword. Bang! The sword trembled and produced rings of light, but it could not hurt her at all. What? Long Qianmiao was shocked, and his face immediately darkened. When he thought of the fact that Feini and Yunxiao's strength had been extracted from his dragon essence and phoenix light, his heart burned with anger, and he felt like he was about to explode. "You dare to underestimate me. Heaven and earth can't do anything, so all living beings must be beheaded." Bang! 2 of Fei and I's fingers were jolted away, and fresh blood splattered in the air. The sword chi had injured her palm, and it gathered an infinite amount of power before slashing down. Boom! After the afterimages were slashed, Fei and I's real body appeared in the sky. She swept her fingers and stained them with her own blood. She looked down and said, "This drop of blood shall be used to repay the sect master's kindness in nurturing me." "Humph. If you're really grateful to me, take Li Yunxiao down with me, and you'll still be the future sect master of the Long family." Long Qianmiao was extremely shocked. Feini's strength seemed to be above his, but he remained calm and snorted. Fei and I chuckled and said, "It's a pity that our paths are different. I can't go back to the past, and I don't want to be the young master of the Long family anymore. Mr. Longda, let's end this today." She made a hand seal with one hand, and a red light flashed between her eyebrows. Flames filled the sky, and a huge phoenix shadow condensed behind her, dancing in the 9 heavens. Long Qianmiao's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Since you're so stubborn, then our friendship is over. You're no longer a member of the Long family." Fei and I furrowed her brows but quickly relaxed. She said indifferently, "As you wish. Go to hell." Long Qianmiao was furious. He raised his long sword and slashed down from the sky. Fei and I rose into the air and soared through the 9 heavens. A phoenix feather appeared behind her, and she was surrounded by the phoenix light as she charged forward. Bang! The sword intent struck the phoenix light, creating countless rings of light. Fei and I's true form was revealed, and endless flames followed, swallowing Long Qianmiao with a loud bang. Yunxiao was shocked. The 2 of them had used their strongest moves almost as soon as they attacked, and it was extremely dangerous. But it would not take long for the winner to be decided. He was also surprised by Feini's progress. However, she had the heavenly phoenix nirvana body and the power of the dragon essence. It was hard for her not to evolve. While he was watching the battle carefully, Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan also rushed over. Both of them were top rookies in the world, and they were not willing to be suppressed by Yunxiao, so they launched a series of fierce attacks. The spear radiance and sword chi streaked across the sky, and each move was extremely dangerous. Yunxiao's face was filled with anger as he said coldly, "Since you 2 are courting death, I'll send you to heaven first." A sharp cold light flashed on his body and suddenly turned into sword shapes, spreading around him. The 36 northern heaven cold star swords danced in the air under the sword technique, forming a great formation and falling on the 2 of them. The swords glowed with a cold light, and the two of them felt their bodies turn cold as if their temperature had suddenly dropped. Not only that, but the two of them felt the space suddenly change. Countless rules of sword came from all directions. The position of the 36 swords directly locked on to the power of heaven and earth, and everyone's rules were at their mercy. Xianxia sneered. Both of you are rare rookies in the world, and I admire you very much. But it is very likely that you will die here today. I'm very curious, who will die first? His face turned cold, and countless sword shadows appeared around him. The myriad sword formation suddenly began to operate, and dense sword light flew toward the two people in the formation. In the distance, Han Junting's body trembled as she felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. Even the surrounding experts looked at each other in surprise. Qin Chuan's expression changed drastically. He dispersed the 1,000 Shadow Sword and shouted, "Spirit Shadow 1,000 Blades!" The Azure Sword Chi rose up and instantly formed a barrier, protecting him within it and blocking the rain of swords. Bang! 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 Countless rays of light slashed down, and in just an instant, the sword enchantment was shattered. Qin Chuan was shocked. The last time he fought with Xianxia, it was the same sword diagram and the same move, but when he used the Spirit Shadow 1,000 Blade sword technique, Xianxia could not break it at all. But this time, he could only hold on for a few breaths. The gap between them was growing larger and larger. He didn't have the time to think anymore, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. Xianxia frowned as he saw Qin Chuan's sword suddenly burst out with 7 colored lights: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. His heart trembled as he knew that Qin Chuan had a divine sword skill. His pupils constricted as he stared at it carefully. Ancient tree in the moonlit night, with 1,000 shadows of the sword, like a man, like jade, 10,000 miles of Qin Chuan. Forget all the 9 mysteries, and all the 9 realms. May I ask what color, taste, shadow, sound, interest, and state? The 9 streaks of light combined into one, and a white light rose up. It was as if a ray of moonlight was surging within the million sword illustration, and the surroundings became hazy. The surrounding experts were all shocked. The power of the divine skill was unparalleled. However, in addition to talent and strength, one also needed great luck to cultivate a divine skill. There were countless experts present, but no more than 5 of them had truly mastered a divine skill, and they didn't dare to use it rashly. As soon as the sword appeared, the momentum of the 10,000 swords was blocked. Even Xianxia, who was setting up the array, felt the pressure coming from it. His face could not help but change as he put 2 fingers together and raised them high with a sneer. A white light flickered between his 2 fingers. He leisurely drew a seal in the air, and a seal the size of a millstone formed in the air, then suddenly fell. Clang! 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 The 36 swords started to tremble, and the cold light scattered in all directions. They reflected each other, and it was like a cold world of swords. The illusory swords that filled the sky were still flying and slashing continuously, bombarding Qin Chuan's divine skill. Bang, 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 sounds rang out before they all shattered. Qin Chuan's sword momentum finally rose to the extreme, and he slashed down with a loud shout. Boom! A streak of white silk appeared in the sky and slashed apart the sword shadows that filled the sky. At this moment, Luo Qingyun also gathered thousands of forces on the spear. The battle spear suddenly bloomed with a vast power and turned into a giant spirit that stood up directly. The countless sword intents landed on the giant spirit's body, causing a golden light to flash, but they were unable to harm it at all. Luo Qingyun transformed into a dragon, and his hands shone in front of him as he struck out. The profound level weapon spirit followed suit and punched. Dragon's spear brilliant field. The power of the 4 punches turned into a whirlwind and rushed out with him as the center. Boom! The 2 shocking forces exploded in the sword pattern. The 36 swords trembled violently, filling the sky with sword shadows and trembling sounds. Xianxia's face flickered. He did not expect that the power of the 2 men's joint attack would be far beyond his imagination. He knew that it would be difficult to hold on any longer, so he hurriedly made a hand seal, and the 36 swords flew back. The two forces under the joint attack of Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan were like ferocious beasts that had opened the gates, rushing out of the cage and roaring towards him. Ha! The two forces were so strong that even he did not dare to face them. Tusada Peak slowly rose in his hand and smashed down towards the two forces. Boom, boom, boom. The four-colored light smashed down, and the two forces were instantly destroyed. The force of the rebound passed directly through the Tusada Heavenly Peak, and Yunxiao's blood and qi were shaken. He performed incantation gestures with both hands, and countless incantation seals flew into the mountain. The Tusada Heavenly Peak's momentum didn't slow down, and it flew away. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically. The profound level weapon spirit hurriedly turned back into a war spear. With a clench of his fist, he suddenly escaped. He had seen the power of this thing before. Even the Ghost King could not withstand it. With his cultivation and strength, he would probably be turned into meat paste with one touch. Boom, boom, boom. The Tusada Heavenly Peak spun in the sky. It was not fast, but it caused the space to rumble. Qin Chuan's expression changed, revealing a suspicious look. Just as he was about to slash out with his sword, he heard Wei Qing shout, "Quickly dodge!" Qin Chuan didn't seem to mind, but he still didn't dare to disobey Wei Qing's order. In a flash, his figure disappeared into the sky. The Tusada Heavenly Peak rumbled past the afterimage he left behind. What a pity, Yunxiao thought. Then, he formed a hand seal and the mountain disappeared in a flash. At this moment, Feini and Long Qianmiao's battle had also turned into white heat. Long Qianmiao's every move was fierce, and the sky had long been shattered. His essence force was decreasing rapidly. Wei Qing's eyes were filled with worry. He could naturally tell that even though Fei and I was at a disadvantage, she was not defeated. Her advantage was getting smaller and smaller. If there were no more variables, she would definitely lose. How could Long Qianmiao not know? After a few strikes, his mood became extremely violent, and his movements became more chaotic. Feini Phoenix Shadow continued to shuttle back and forth under the sword. Suddenly, she put her hands together and slapped out. Countless colorful butterflies flew into the air, and in an instant, the sky was filled with the shadows of butterflies. It was as if they were shuttling through a cluster of flowers, and they stuck closely to Long Qianmiao's body. Long Qianmiao's heart skipped a beat. He raised his sword, and a dragon domain spread out, trying to shatter the butterflies in the sky. Feini retreated and formed a hand seal with one hand. Explode! Boom! A burst of fire shot into the sky, and thick flames soared into the sky. A formation suddenly formed around the flame, and like a chain, it trapped Long Qianmiao within. Long Qianmiao's expression changed. The fire around him burned his dragon essence directly. He quickly held the sword in front of him with both hands, and a dragon realm opened up to resist the burning of the divine fire. A cold glint flashed in Fei and I's eyes. Her hands danced like a large bird, and her entire body glowed with yuan light like a colorful phoenix. A ray of green light slowly gathered above her and turned into the shape of a dragon. The dragon and phoenix chimed and circled around the pillars of fire, like the two eyes of the formation. Suddenly, the binding force doubled. Long Qianmiao's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with a complicated look. In the end, he retracted all the sword qi and held his sword without moving. Feini's heart trembled as if he had a premonition. He retreated 1,000 feet and stared at the scene vigilantly. Long Qianmiao stared at her for a long time before he said slowly, "You're really strong, far stronger than I was in the past. You might be the most powerful young master of the Long family in so many years. Mr. Longda, you flatter me. I'm no longer the young master of the Long family." Feini frowned. Long Qianmiao smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just me. I can't remove the young master from his position. Feini, I'm very pleased with your achievements today." What do you mean by that?" Feini was startled. Long Qianmiao raised his hand, and the heaven and earth invisible sword flew out. Then, with a slap, a green light shot out. Feini was shocked and grabbed in the air. A huge hand appeared in the sky and grabbed the two items. Other than the sword, there was also a jade pendant. Sect Master's order. Feini was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Long Qinmiao laughed out loud, and the energy around him dissipated. He did not put up any resistance and allowed the flame to burn into his body. His eyes were filled with relief. He sat down cross-legged and his figure slowly became blurry. Sect Master. Feini was shocked and was about to disperse the flames. Let him go, Yunxiao said. This is what he wants. Feini said anxiously. But Zhenjin. Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said. His heart is dead, and there is no possibility of him recovering his strength. He is better off dead than alive. Perhaps dying in the divine fire is his favorite destination. Feini held the token in her hand. The firelight shone on her face and she looked extremely sorrowful. All the experts were moved, their faces solemn. The sect master had died in front of their eyes. A deep sense of sorrow spread in everyone's heart. They felt sad for the death of their kind. There are still a few chapters left, and it might be very late because I plan to finish 3 chapters before coming out of the small dark room. It will probably be after 12 o'clock. Although Long Qinmiao's death was a pity and sorrowful thing, the intense battle in the sky did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. The battle between Wuxia and Nanfengxian had already caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Terrifying chi waves rolled everywhere, and their auras were not inferior to divine transcendence at all. Nanfengxian's figure was almost invisible. There were only golden halos spreading in the sky, shooting into the distance like countless flat surfaces. Wuxia, who was known as the #1 expert below divine transcendence, was beaten to the point where he was unable to fight back at all. Many of his limbs were broken, and his 2 furry golden ape arms were covered in blood. Only Ling Baiyue and Beifeng Nan's battle seemed very relaxed. The two exchanged moves, one against another, and they fought very gently. Several sword lights danced in front of Beimeng Nan, cutting off all the attacks from his opponent. He stood with his sword in hand and said coldly, "You're playing with me?" Ling Baiyue smiled in surprise and said, "Play. I'm playing very seriously. I don't know what you're thinking, but there's no need to continue playing like this," said Beimeng. Ling Baiyue smiled. "As long as you don't attack and just watch, we can indeed not fight." Beimeng Nan glanced at Wuxia in the distance, and his pupils contracted. What a powerful woman. Her battle is so fierce. Ling Baiyue smiled. The feather fan she used to attack was now used to fan the wind. She nodded and said, "Lady Nanfengxian is publicly acknowledged to be the strongest among all the secretaries in the Holy Region. Even divine transcendence would have a headache if they met her." He saw that Beifeng Nan was about to make a move, so he waved the feather fan in his hand and directly blocked his way. He said, "Everyone can just watch. Why don't you and I take a break? If you want to rest, you can get lost." Bei Xiaonan snorted coldly. The sword aura in his hand soared into the sky, and countless sword talismans appeared in the surroundings. They combined into one in front of him and slashed out fiercely. Swish! That sword momentum was like a shooting star, its power boundless. Ling Baiyue frowned and sighed helplessly. She flapped her feather fan and flew into the distance. Initially, he only wanted to pin down Beifeng Nan and did not want to get involved in this battle. After all, the final battle would still be between He Yuhu and Che Yu. Even if he won against Beifeng Nan, it would be meaningless if He Yuhu lost. Who knew that Beifeng Nan would not appreciate it, and after fighting for a while he became bored. Suddenly, his sword chi burst out, forcing him to face it with all his might. Suddenly, Wuxia roared loudly, his eyes bulging out as he roared, "Damn old hag. I'll kill your entire family." He seemed to have been completely angered. His body was covered in wounds. Although they were not fatal, he was getting more and more aggrieved. Bang bang! As he roared, his hands grabbed in front of him, and a row of small balls appeared. There were red and green, big and small, but all of them exuded a strong demonic power. The small balls danced under the seal of his hands and circled around him. The demonic chi on them crackled like lightning. Monster core. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why he had taken out so many demonic cores. Some people saw that he kept feeding the battleship fish primordial cores during the battle to maintain his demonic state, and thought that these demonic cores were also for eating. What did you just say? Nanfeng Xian's cold voice rang out from the void. The half-moon golden ring transformed into a rainbow bridge that descended from the sky, pressing down on Xianxia. A lithe figure appeared on the golden bangle. It was Nanfeng Xian. Her face was filled with anger as she coldly said, "What did you call me? Old hag?" Xianxia bellowed. "You bastard old woman. It was Xiao who called you Granny Zhu at first, but you're actually venting your anger on me? Do you have any integrity? Then I won't be polite, old woman, great-grandmother, and Obang. Die!" Nanfeng Xian's sharp cry pierced through the sky. The half-moon golden bangle let out a trembling sound, and in an instant, it turned into a crescent blade and landed in her hand. She then slashed down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was instantly split open as that massive moon-shaped slash slashed toward Xianxia, causing the entire world to be shrouded in a somber aura. "Humph! You're the one who's going to die." Xianxia roared and continuously formed hand seals, sending all sorts of seals into the demonic cores in front of him. A power in the shape of stars and clouds appeared around each demonic core, constantly spinning and emitting a terrifying aura. "That's Ingluo." Everyone revealed a puzzled expression, not knowing what move this was. Suddenly, Xiao trembled, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light, as if he had thought of something. Xianxia's dantian had been sealed by Lin Shengfeng, so he had directly exploded his dantian and replaced it with a Yao core. In other words, he had the ability to transform the demonic cores into the sea of qi in his dantian. The demonic cores in front of him were now in the form of sea of qi. He's going to self-destruct those demonic cores. Xiao suddenly thought of this possibility, and his eyes widened. With so many ninth-tier demon cores exploding at the same time, even Xianxia himself might not be able to withstand it. 11 demonic cores. Qi transformation vortex. Sure enough, just as Xiao had expected, Xianxia clenched his fists in front of him, and the 11 ninth-tier demon cores suddenly opened, releasing a terrifying aura. This is the sea of qi formed by the Tao Wu demonic core? How is that possible? All the experts were shocked. In their shock, the 11 demonic cores exploded one by one. Boom! 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 The terrifying air current immediately dispersed and condensed into a vortex before blasting toward the half-moon golden chakra slash. Xianxia himself was also instantly devoured by the power of his sea of vital energy. Boom! That slash was instantly destroyed, and Nanfeng Xian's face contorted. She turned around and tried to escape, but it was already too late, and she was directly swallowed by the air wave. Boom, boom, boom! The huge explosion continued to reverberate in the sky and spread far and wide. The two figures could not be seen at all. Both He Yuhu and Wei Qing's faces darkened. The power of this move was comparable to the attack of a divine transcendence expert. Since Xianxia dared to use it, he could naturally control the damage to himself. Nanfeng Xian would most likely be severely injured. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous, and Black Universe Protector knew that the key was to suppress the opponent. However, with the opponent's strength, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he might not be able to control the situation. He was vexed. Why didn't he bring more people? He originally thought that he, along with Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue, would be able to deal with all the problems. He did not expect the seriousness of the matter to far exceed his expectations. Suddenly, Xiao took the heaven and earth invisible sword from Fanny's hand, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed at the sword. He flicked out sword talismans and threw them into the battlefield, shouting, "Old dragon, take the sword!" Che Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He flew towards the true dragon sword and said, "You're indeed my companion who has been inseparable from me for so many years. We ate, slept, and shared a bed together. You know everything I'm thinking about." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Xianxia with a strange look in their eyes. Fei and I was also stunned. She pointed at Yu and said, "Husband, you have the same yang fetish? Don't listen to his nonsense." Xiao's face was dark as he said angrily, "Eh?" Fanny had a look of disbelief on her face as she said, "Oh, it's nothing actually." Everyone was in disbelief. Xiao even had the thought of killing Yu. He turned his eyes and saw Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan still staring at him. "One more look and I'll dig out your eyes." The two of them looked at each other and retreated in tacit understanding. At the moment, Fanny was still standing on the side. With her strength, which could even kill Long Chenmiao, they had no hope of killing Xiao, so they had to give up. Wei Qing's expression was also extremely unsightly. The situation was getting out of control, and their only chance of victory was if He Yuhu could subdue Yu and suppress everyone else. Black Universe Protector also understood the severity of the situation. The Heaven-Earth Void Sword was flying towards him, and he snorted coldly. In a flash, he charged forward, and his fist energy exploded. Boom! A long line was blasted in the sky, directly forcing Yu to retreat. "Humph! What a joke!" Yu laughed coldly. He sent out a kick. A dragon roar resounded as the green light turned into a dragon and flew towards Zhong Yu's fist. Boom! As the two of them exchanged blows, their figures did not stop. They directly charged toward the Heaven-Earth Sword. Three no fingers," Black Universe Guard shouted. Woof! Buzz! Whoosh! The finger force pierced through the air, leaving traces in the air. It broke through the layers of air, making an ear-piercing sound. "What shady things!" Yu's expression changed. He twisted his body in the air and slashed down with his Sumi Ant sword. Boom! Those finger forces were extinguished, but the sword chi didn't reduce and continued to slash over. Swish! He Yuhu's shadow was torn apart and his true body appeared in the sky. He was one step ahead of Yu as he grabbed at the Heaven-Earth Void Sword. "What?" Yu was shocked and furious. He turned his sword around and slashed out. "I'm sorry, this sword is mine." He Yuhu grabbed at the sword with one hand and punched at Yu's sword radiance with the other. Boom! The sword radiance was shattered, and the air blast spread in all directions. The sky suddenly became blurry. Black Universe Protector stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Heaven-Earth Invisible Sword. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had an inexplicable feeling that a great danger was approaching. Although he did not know why, it was an instinct of a martial artist. In an instant, he suddenly shouted loudly, and his protective upstanding chi suddenly opened up. The light around his body brightened, and he grabbed the sword with relief. All of a sudden, the sword glowed with 4 different colors. Black Universe Protector felt a huge pressure on his face, as if a mountain was crashing down on him. The space above the Heaven and Earth Wayless sword suddenly distorted, and the long sword disappeared. It turned into a 4-colored mountain peak, which crashed down. What? He was shocked and terrified. That sword was actually an afterimage. Not only him, everyone's pupils contracted, and their hearts twitched violently. Not good. Quickly dodge. Wei Qing roared hysterically, blue veins popping out on his face. Everyone knew the power of this thing. Even divine transcendence couldn't withstand it. Even without Wei Qing's shout, Black Universe Protector had already understood the power of this thing. When he touched it with his finger, he could feel his finger bones shattering. The immense pressure was simply unparalleled, and even his protective dipper energy was instantly crushed. Boom, boom, boom. Black Universe Protector immediately retreated, but the mountain was already upon him. The earth's rhythm shook his body, causing his chi and blood to boil. He couldn't help but want to vomit blood. What a pity! Yunxiao sighed and reached out his hand. A rune appeared in his palm. The Tusada peak immediately started to spin like a stupid bird and slowly returned to his palm, disappearing. At the same time, his pupils flashed with a strange color, turning into a strange blood-red color, then black and then normal. He Yuhu was shocked. Yunxiao's illusion had deceived everyone. The corners of Che Yu's mouth turned up into a playful smile, but then his face turned cold as he stared at Xiao and said, "You even included me in your scheme. If I was the one who was one step ahead, wouldn't I be accidentally injured by you now?" "Hee, I have confidence in your strength," Xiao laughed. "I know you can't beat Lord Black Universe Protector." Che Yu's face was filled with black lines and anger. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his left hand. It was the sword Xiao had thrown at him when he killed Protector Black Universe. He carefully examined it for a while and revealed a look of wild joy. He chuckled and said, "Hee, for the sake of this sword, I'll forget about your scheme against me. If there's a next time, I won't let you off easily." He could not help frowning when he heard Xiao's ruthless words. He thought to himself, "Based on my understanding of Xiao, this will never be the last time." Black Universe Protector's face was dark, and there seemed to be a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked around and turned to Che Yu. "You can take Xiao away, but the others must stay." "What? Lord Black Universe Protector?" Wei Qing was shocked. "Li Xiao is the most important person in the army. We can't let him go." "I understand, but the situation is beyond our control," the Black Universe Protector replied. Wei Qing fell silent as well. Judging from the current situation, the Sacred Zone had indeed lost control of the scene, and it was almost impossible to keep Xiao here. Che Yu turned his eyes to Xiao, as if he wanted to ask, "Xianhua, Lu Fian, Qiu Mujia, Feini, Water Fairy, and Yi Fan," Xiao said. "Come with me. You can deal with the rest. Qiu Mujia and Yi Fan, stay behind. The rest of you can leave." Wei Qing's expression changed. The sky trembled, and Qiu Mujia, covered in blood, emerged from the void and looked at Xiao. The unruly him naturally would not ask for anything, but the look in his eyes was obvious. "Feng Zijie has done a great job just now," Xiao said. "If he stays, he will be killed by you. He must come with me." Wei Qing's face was gloomy and uncertain. Leaving a character like Qiu Mujia alive would bring a great disaster sooner or later. However, the current situation was indeed out of his control. He could only clench his teeth and say, "All right, I'll let him off this time. I don't believe that he can escape to the ends of the earth. After bringing this lord back, I'll immediately dispatch my troops and hunt you all down in the world. Let's talk about the future in the future," Xiao said with a smile. "Perhaps when Lord Wei Qing dies, there will be no more trouble in the world." He Yuhu suddenly said, "Yi Fan can leave, but Noah's ship is too weak." "Stop talking," Che Yu interrupted. "There's no room for discussion now." He held the sword with both hands, and two streams of dragon origin power spread out. The aura on his body rose violently, and he was much more domineering than before. Black Universe Protector's expression was extremely ugly. He snorted heavily and did not say anything else. "Li Xiao," Yu Shengfeng suddenly said, "Take me with you." Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled strangely and said, "Don't scare me, my lord. With your power, you can go anywhere. Why do you need me to take you?" Anger flashed across Yu Shengfeng's face as he said, "Don't be too proud. Who doesn't have a time when a dragon is stranded in shallow waters? If you help me today, you will definitely benefit." When Wei Qing saw Xiao's hesitation, he said angrily, "Li Xiao, don't go too far. If you take everyone with you, we'd rather fight you." A sneer flickered in Xiao's eyes as he sneered, "Oh? Lord Wei Qing is so heroic? I'm very interested in the great wheel of samsara that Lord Black Universe Protector just took." Black Universe Protector's expression changed. Even though it was impossible for his items to be stolen if they were to really fight, and he would be able to escape no matter what, the rest of the people would definitely die. Wei Qing, Zi Shaoji, Nanfeng Xian, Ling Baiyue, Luo Xing, all of them were famous figures in the world, and there was also his beloved disciple. If the Holy Region lost so many people at once, those few people in the Divine Capital would probably go crazy and descend directly. "All right, you can take whoever you want." He Yuhu waved his hand weakly. Wei Qing's face was also livid. He knew that he would only be humiliating himself no matter how strong he acted, so he simply didn't say a word. Ling Baiyue, immediately send a message back to the sacred zone and request for reinforcements. He Yuhu ordered. Yes. Ling Baiyue responded, took out a profound level weapon in front of everyone, and started to work. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. If the sacred zone sent someone here again, their great advantage would be gone in the blink of an eye. All right, since Master who wants to give me some benefits, then let's leave together. And US. Yun Xiao. Ning Qiun also stood up and said, Li Yun Xiao, take us with you. Yun Xiao gave them a look and said, You, Lord Kuei, and the 3 old men can follow them. As for the head shopkeeper of the Star and Moon School and Grandma Sunflower, Lord Wei Qing won't make things difficult for you. Han Junting's face turned dark. Although Yun Xiao was right, she still felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in front of everyone. Humph! Wei Qing snorted coldly and glanced at Ning Kuei. At this moment, Ning Kuei's cultivation body had been crippled. One of the 3 old men of the Red Moon City had also been crippled. The other 2 were also seriously injured. They would probably not be able to cause any more trouble. Let's go, he said. Yun Xiao cried out and said to Yifan, Can you drive Noah's ship again? Yifan said, If it's just normal flying, then it won't be a problem. But other things won't work. Then let's fly normally, Yun Xiao said. With Noah's ship speed, we can leave this place before the reinforcements from the sanctum arrive. All right. Yifan made hand seals in front of him. A golden light flew out from his forehead, turning into a huge battleship in the air. He Yuhu was filled with regret. If he had not cared about his reputation and snatched this battleship, how good would that have been? Yun Xiao and the others leaped into the warship. Yu Shengfeng pointed at the crowd and said, You'll come with me. The man's face paled slightly. He sighed and had no choice but to step out and follow behind him. It was Luo Tian, a 9th-tier great alchemist of the Sea of Soul Formation, who had been put under a restriction by Nie Shengfeng. Let's go, he said. Together with Bo Yuqing and Luo Tian, the 3 of them flew onto the warship and carefully sized up this legendary holy weapon. Their eyes flashed. Yun Xiao saw his expression and said, It's best if Master who doesn't have any ideas, or it'll be very dangerous. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed slightly and he snorted. He sat on the battleship without a word and began to meditate. Yifan made hand seals. The formation on the battleship activated. With a loud rumbling sound, it turned into a ray of light and flew away. What was left was a pile of trash and countless severely injured martial artists. All of them had ugly expressions. However, everyone slowly became happy. After all, they were lucky to have escaped from the disaster and not die in such an environment. Lord He Yuhu, let's return to the holy region immediately, Wei Qing said. This matter in the Red Moon City is too important. Many things are beyond our imagination. We must immediately come up with a plan to deal with it. Black Universe Protector furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before saying, Bring everyone back and discuss with Gongyang Zhengqi. I still have other matters to attend to. I'll wait for Nangong Buhai in the Red Moon City. Nangong Buhai? Wei Qing was startled. Could it be Ying Luo? Yes, it's about the moon pupil. Nangong Buhai has already met up with the experts from the Murong family and will be here soon, the Black Universe Protector said. I'll have to trouble Lord Wei Qing for what happened in Red Moon City, as well as the arrest of Li Yunxiao and the others. Wei Qing could not help but sigh. Sir, you're too polite. It's really an eventful period. At this moment, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky. It was the half-moon golden hoop, and Nanfeng Xian's figure also appeared. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. The moment she appeared, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Baiyue hurried forward to support her and said, Are you all right? Nanfeng Xian shook her head as if she was severely injured and did not want to speak at all. That Qiu Mujia's methods are exceedingly powerful. He's truly a troublesome character, Wei Qing said coldly. Ling Baiyue sighed. Sigh, it feels like everything is coming together. We don't have enough manpower. Qiu Mujia's side is still fine. We just need to inform the Sea of Soul Formation, and they'll worry about it. Wei Qing's face was gloomy. Now, the only person we have to solve as soon as possible is Li Yunxiao. Not only because he has too many secrets, but also because he has the Divine Realm Tablet and Noah's Ship, two supreme-grade profound artifacts. We must get them. Heiyu, who took out a pill and passed it to Nanfeng Xian. Take it. Nanfeng Xian's eyes were filled with surprise, as if she had recognized the origin of the pill. She immediately ate it without any hesitation, and the expression on her face immediately recovered. Only then did Black Universe Guard's hand flash as the great wheel of samsara appeared. He handed it over to her and said, "Bring this item back as well, and hand it to Lord Gongyang Xianxia personally." Wei Qing and Ling Baiyue's expressions changed slightly, and they both looked extremely displeased and angry. Heiyu, whose actions clearly showed that he did not trust them. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't say anything. Nanfeng Xian received the samsara wheel and kept it carefully. "Don't worry, my lord. I will not fail you. Then I'll be at ease." Black Universe Guard nodded. After Yunxiao and the others left, Noah's ship flew across the sky as fast as lightning. Everyone on the warship looked at each other. Yifan sent out a few hand seals. The entire space changed. Everyone was sitting on top of a huge formation. Endless spiritual qi turned into smoke and rose up from below, invading everyone's limbs and bones. It was extremely comfortable. "It's all thanks to your joint efforts that we survived the disaster," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Do you want to have a little drink or something?" Xianhua's eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Why, you're really Ying Luo?" Yunxiao raised his hand and interrupted. "It's fine as long as you understand it in your heart. There are outsiders here, so it's not appropriate to say it out loud." Xianhua's heart was greatly reassured. This time, he was 100% sure. He chuckled and said, "Who do you think can't guess it? I'll hide it for as long as I can." Yunxiao sighed. "I'll hide it for as long as I can." Many people were confused. Xianhua looked around the field and chuckled a few times. He then understood that he was afraid that Ning Qiyun would know that the other party was an elder of Shenshao Palace. "I'm also very curious about young Master Yun's identity," Ning Kuei said. "I wonder if the outsiders young Master Yun mentioned include me? I risked my life to fight Wei Qing for you outside Red Moon City," Yunxiao said. "Although it was for my own selfish reasons, it was also because of me. I'm very grateful. As for my identity, I'm afraid I can't hide it for long. However, I'll drag it on as long as I can." Ning Kuei frowned and said, "All right, I'm really curious. But no matter what, I hope that young Master Yun will always be a friend of the Red Moon City." "Red Moon City?" "After this battle," Yunxiao said with a smile, "I'm afraid Red Moon City will only exist in name." The rest of the people also had emotional expressions. Such a huge city, a giant of a region, was gone just like that, collapsing in the blink of an eye. The impermanence of human life could be seen. On the contrary, Ning Kuei seemed to be very open-minded and said indifferently, "There's no eternal overlord in the world. It's normal for the tides to rise and fall, and for the clouds to roll and relax. However, there's no need to be so pessimistic. As long as the name of the Red Moon City remains, there's hope that it will recover one day." "It's rare for you to have such a broad mind, Old City Lord," Yunxiao said. "That's great. Nothing is impossible in this world, but I'm afraid that someone with a heart will do it." Ning Kuei sighed. "It's a pity that I'm old. No one in the younger generation of the entire Red Moon City can take on a great responsibility. My daughter, Kiyue, is missing. The future Red Moon City will need your support." "That's good," Yunxiao said hurriedly. "As for Kiyue Jianjia," he said with a worried look on his face. "Young Master Yun, do you know where my daughter is?" Ningku asked in surprise. Yunxiao turned over his hand and said, "Kiyue left me this jade pendant when we parted in Red Moon City last time. She told me to break it if anything happened. She would come to save me as soon as possible." Ningku was shocked and quickly picked up the jade pendant to examine it. "It's indeed my daughter's aura. Since my daughter can make such a heavy promise, I'm afraid her relationship with young Master Yun must be extraordinary, right?" he asked, somewhat surprised. "She is indeed extraordinary," Yunxiao sighed. She's with Xianxia now. I wonder how she is doing. Xianxia. Ning Kuei was shocked and said, Isn't the thing that attached to Morongzhu the Moon Eye? Is it the illusory Tian Si? He was once the city lord of Red Moon City, so he naturally knew of Tian Si's existence. What exactly is a heaven's will? Ning Qiyun was also shocked. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. It's hard to say for now. I only know that it has been living in the pupil clan for a long time, and it is a sentient body created by the first lunar pupil, and its ability is no less than that of ordinary lunar pupils. Ning Kuei said, It was created by the first moon pupil sinkhole? In the records of the Red Moon City, in order to restrain the power of the moon pupil, one must obtain Tian Si. Those records are most likely misleading and wrong, Yun Xiao said. I'm afraid they are wrong. Xianhua Fei Yen, come with me. I want to see if I can save Kuyu. Lu Fian said, Sure, but we came out on a mission this time. We never expected to meet you. How about we meet up with you after we return to the Sea of Soul Formation? Yu Shengfeng's expression changed and he said coldly, By complete your mission, do you mean to bring this lord back? Lu Fian said, My initial thought was only to bring Lord Bo Yuqing back. Since Lord Min Shengfeng is also here, it would naturally be best to go back together. Humph, in your dreams. Yu Shengfeng coldly replied. Bo Yuqing was also nervous. He held the hilt of his sword with both hands, his face gloomy. Lu Fian said, Actually, the two of you don't need to worry about anything. Foster father just misses the two of you. Yu Shengfeng laughed mockingly. Haha, missed. What he's worried about is our lives and other things. Xianhua said angrily, Why are you telling them so much? They can just bring it back directly. It's not up to them to decide whether they want to go or not. Lu Fian frowned and said, I can't agree with Lord's wild guess. Yu Shengfeng sneered. You can't guess Lu Zongzi's thoughts. I'll go back to the Soul Formation Sea. But not now. Do you have a choice at this moment? Xianhua said. The light in Yu Shengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He snorted and ignored him, then turned to Yun Xiao and said, I want to make a deal with young Master Yun. Deal? Yun Xiao frowned. Deal? Master Yi said that he would give me some benefits. How did it become a deal? Even if we make a deal, I've already paid you by taking you out of the Red Moon City. Next, it's time for you to give me the goods. Haha. This amount of money is far from enough. My bargaining chip is enough for you to enter the divine transcendence realm, Yu Shengfeng said coldly. Yun Xiao's body trembled, and everyone looked horrified. Divine transcendence had already transcended the shackles of the martial Tao and drifted between the martial Tao and the divine Tao. No one dared to say that they could help people enter this level. Otherwise, there would be countless divine transcendence cultivators. Yun Xiao chuckled. I own a supreme-grade mystic artifact, the Divine Realm Tablet. I cultivate both the art of cultivation and the physical body. It's only a matter of time before I become a divine transcendence. Yu Shengfeng praised. I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who has such confidence other than you. However, are you really 100% confident? And have you considered the time factor? You'll need 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years. You mean it can speed up the process of becoming a divine transcendence? Yun Xiao asked with a frown. Yu Shengfeng's eyes lit up. That's right. It's not just becoming a divine transcendence. It's also a world-shaking opportunity. A world-shaking opportunity? Yun Xiao understood the meaning of his words word by word. After some thought, he said, It's most likely related to the matter of the Demon Lord, right? Everyone's body trembled. When they thought of the might of the Demon Master, their expressions changed. Yu Shengfeng said solemnly, That's right. The power of a Devil Master can capsize a boat, but it can also carry it. If the deal is successful, I'll tell you a few things about the Demon Master. I'm afraid that no one in the current heavenly martial arts realm knows more about these secrets than I do. Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows. He did not believe that. The king of the northern region, who had led the great demon-sealing war in the Divine Realm Tablet, must know more. But there was indeed no one in this world who was better at using the devil essence. Don't believe him, Xianxia said. If the demon master revives, I'm afraid no one in the world will be able to suppress him. Yun Xiao was also hesitant. Tell me the details. I'll think about it. There are too many people here, so it's inconvenient to say it out loud. Please set up a barrier, said Yu Shengfeng. He had little strength at the moment, and the restrictions he had set up would not be able to stop so many experts. With a wave of Yun Xiao's hand, a flash of lightning spread out and appeared directly over him and Yu Shengfeng. They were isolated from the outside world, so the sound wave could not be transmitted at all. It was transmitted by a little electric field and thunder energy. Yu Shengfeng's eyes revealed a strange expression as he looked at the faint electrical energy that was evenly distributed on his skin. He was clearly very satisfied with this method and said, "Young Master Yun, how much do you know about the Demon Lord?" Yun Xiao frowned and said coldly, "Are you going to tell me the secret, or do I have to tell you the secret? If the following conversation is like this, then there's no need to talk." Yu Shengfeng smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right, then I'll be frank. Young Master Yun, you must have heard of many experts searching for lost spaces, right? Even if those so-called lost spaces really existed, it would be very difficult for them to become gods. However, I do know of a few places where there is a chance of becoming a god." "What?" Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. "Which places?" Yu Shengfeng laughed. "The other places are too difficult. Even I don't dare to venture there. However, there is one place where the risk is extremely low. It's just that no one has been able to find that place for countless years." "Then what you're saying is useless," Yun Xiao snorted. "Don't you think so?" Yu Shengfeng chuckled. "Young Master Yun, don't be so anxious. It's different now, because Demon Lord Pu has descended once through your body. With young Master Yun's ability, you should be able to sense his coordinates, right? The place you mentioned," Yun Xiao was shocked. "Don't tell me it's the place where the Devil Lord Pu is suppressed?" "It is." Yu Shengfeng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Lord Pu's sealed land is the best place to become a god in this world." "You are the inheritor of the demonic servants," Yun Xiao said coldly. "I really have to think about whether you are trying to harm me on purpose. Your real purpose is to use me to open the seal, right?" Everyone saw their lips moving and their expressions changing rapidly. They all had strange looks on their faces. They didn't know what they were talking about, but they were sure that it was an extremely secretive matter. "Young Master Yun, please don't misunderstand me," Yu Shengfeng hurriedly said. "I am the demonic servant of the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord and Lord Pu have always been mortal enemies. I would never break Lord Pu's seal. I heard the Emperor say that Pu and he used to be one," Yun Xiao said with a strange expression. "What's going on?" The look on Yu Shengfeng's face changed several times as he considered whether he should say it or not. But when he saw Yun Xiao's cold eyes, he sighed and said, "Although this matter is extremely confidential, it's not something important, so there's no harm in telling you. There is only one true myriad ancient devil master, and that is the Arch. However, over the long years, the Thearcha's mind changed and she began to have some contradictions with her own will. Later on, these contradictions grew greater and greater, to the point where they were like fire and water." "Split personality?" Yun Xiao frowned. "Split personality?" Yu Shengfeng smiled bitterly. "You can say that. One of them is evil and the other is good." With the continuous splitting of personalities, Lord Pu was finally born and separated from the Thearcha's body, taking away the Thearcha's goodwill. "What?" Yun Xiao was stunned. "Is there such a thing? Then the Demon Lord Emperor was the embodiment of evil, and the Demon Lord Pu was the embodiment of kindness? But I didn't see how kind he was just now." Yu Shengfeng said, "I don't know the details. Lord Pu took away a small part of the Thearcha's power. Although he's also a demon master, his strength is far inferior to the Thearcha's. After that, the two lords were suppressed. The Demon Lord Monarch was dismembered and suppressed in all parts of the heavenly martial realm," Yun Xiao said. "What about the Demon Lord Pu? Could it be that he was also dismembered?" "The difference in power between Master Pu and the Arch is too great," Yu Shengfeng said. "It seems that they weren't suppressed separately. They should be preserved somewhere in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Have you demon servants never found the place where the seal was after so many years? Xianxia asked. There's a very suspicious place. We've investigated it a lot, but we didn't get any results. That's why all these years, we've all believed that Master Pu is most likely sealed in the sea forest. The forest of the sea? Xianxia asked in surprise. What? He muttered to himself and scanned the water deity in the tablet with his spiritual force. It seemed that she was still in a deep sleep. The lotus seat had an extremely strong healing ability. Back then, Guang Yuan had relied on this item to recover from his serious injuries. Since Polong was at ease and left the water fairy behind, it was likely that there would be no problem, so he was not too worried. Yu Shengfeng continued. Moreover, Lord Pu has indeed been to the four seas and stayed there for quite some time. Today, you've been stained with the blood of the Poseidon bloodline, and Master Pu's body has descended upon you. This has further confirmed my inner thoughts. If the place where General Pu is sealed is in the forest of the sea, and the place where he is sealed is very easy to become a god, Xianxia said, then, that's right, Yu Shengfeng said with a serious expression. This is the key to verifying what I'm thinking. The Sea Emperor Polong has descended with a borrowed body, and he can actually open the eye of heavenly Tao. This kind of magical power is unheard of since ancient times. Would you believe that the Ocean Emperor wasn't a godly state expert? I don't believe it. Xianxia was deep in thought. Although Chu Shengfeng's guess was very reasonable, he had been to the forest of the sea. He did not know how the Sea Emperor was in the past, but he was sure that he was not in the immortal realm now. As for the eye of heavenly Tao and the chains of law, they were indeed a little strange. He did not believe that Poron had such strength, and this strangeness was most likely due to the holy artifact, Amitba, the forest of the sea. Huh? Xianxia muttered to himself. That's right, Yu Shengfeng said. With your strength, you should be able to sense it after Lord Pu's body arrived, right? And have you noticed that the Ocean Emperor's bloodline doesn't seem to be part of the sea race at all, whether it's in terms of blood or form? Xianxia frowned slightly. He had noticed this a long time ago, and he had asked Water Fairy about it, but she did not give him any answer. That girl seemed to know nothing. Yu Shengfeng saw that he was silent and suddenly laughed. It's okay if you can't sense it. I can teach you a divine art that can trace the connection. There's such a divine ability? Xianxia asked in surprise. Is there such a divine ability? Yu Shengfeng laughed. You're still young. The world is vast and immeasurable. Just watch. Without another word, he immediately made a hand seal. 3 fingers on his left hand stood up, and 2 fingers on his right hand formed a ring. A wisp of golden light rippled out from his glabella and turned into a flash of light. The rest of the people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. However, in Noah's ship, Yu Shengfeng couldn't do anything. After the shock, he frowned and thought about the seal he had just used, but no matter how he thought about it, it felt unfamiliar and he didn't understand what it meant. Xiao's pupils constricted. After thinking carefully for a while, he also put his left hand together and pointed 3 fingers to the sky, while his right hand drew a circle as well. A halo bloomed from the space between his eyebrows. Suddenly, speckles of golden light appeared in the halo and scattered. His eyes instantly turned into blood moons, then black, and then golden, flashing with cold light. Ning Kuei trembled, as if she was frightened, and looked at Xiao in horror and disbelief. Father, what's wrong? Ning Qian asked. Ning Kuei seemed to have thought of something, and his heart was in turmoil. What he had just seen was definitely the eyes of the moon. Although they had turned golden now, he could not be mistaken about the strange light in their eyes. He finally understood Xiao's identity, but he could not accept it for the time being. Father, are you all right? Ning Qian grabbed his arm worriedly. Ning Kuei shook his head with a solemn look on his face. He glanced at his daughter and finally understood why Xiao refused to disclose his identity. The whole world knew about Gu Feiyang and Chu Hongyan. If his daughter found out his identity, Chu Hongyan would probably come out of seclusion soon, and the Divine Cloud Palace would also come out of seclusion. No wonder he said that he would drag it out as long as possible. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Ning Qian frowned and asked in confusion, "Did father's injuries act up?" "A little," Ning Kuei said. His face was full of solemnness and contemplation. No wonder he had such a good relationship with Kiyue. He didn't expect this person to be Gu Feiyang. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Originally, he was the biggest enemy of Red Moon City, but at this moment, he seemed to have become a friend. Moreover, he had become a friend that he hoped to rely on in the future. At that moment, a golden light shone out of Yunxiao's forehead, and his eyes were golden with strange symbols in them. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot out from his strange eyes. He cried out, "What?" As his body trembled, the seals in his hands dispersed and the golden light in the sky disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank and he quickly said, "You saw it. Is it the forest of the sea?" Yun Xiao was stunned, and his brows furrowed deeply, but he did not answer. The place he had just seen was not the forest of the sea, but the state of Tianshui in the southern region. An unhappy expression flashed across Yu Shengfeng's face as he said, "Young Master Yun, I'm teaching you this technique in order to capture information about the sealed land. You're not so filthy as to not tell me after seeing it, are you?" Yun Xiao wiped his cold sweat in embarrassment. He did not want to say it, and his face immediately turned bitter. "You really don't want to tell me?" Yu Shengfeng's expression changed greatly, and he said angrily, "This place is beyond my expectations," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. "Let me think about it." He struggled for a while and felt that he couldn't say it no matter what. But if he didn't say it, it would be too immoral. It's just too strange. I can't accept it at the moment. "Let me think it through first," he said. Yu Shengfeng's face was covered in ice as he angrily said, "You're too shameless. How about this?" Yun Xiao said with a headache, "I'll take it as I owe you for this, and I'll forget about the favor of saving you." "Save him? Haha. Do you really think that I will be captured by them?" Yu Shengfeng's face was filled with anger, but it soon darkened as he said, "Since you're such a despicable person, then there's no need to make a deal." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "It's just that there are too many accidents in that place. How about this? I promise you that if I go to find the place where Devil Lord Pu was sealed, I'll definitely call you along." Yu Shengfeng's expression became slightly better as he said, "Humph. How can I believe you with such an attitude? I have my own difficulties," Yun Xiao said seriously. "I'll tell you when the time is right. What I saw was not the sea forest." "What? Not the forest of the sea?" Yu Shengfeng was shocked. He didn't seem to believe it. "Of course," Yun Xiao said. "I have no need to lie to you." "All right. I'll believe you this time," said Yu Shengfeng. "In any case, you won't be able to become a god without my help. You must remember that we're all bound together for good or bad. I believe that you're a smart person." "Don't worry," Yun Xiao said. "I still have some integrity." "Yes?" Yu Shengfeng nodded. "I still want to make a deal with you. It's about your rainbow stone." His eyes shone with excitement, as if he could not suppress his excitement. "No." Yun Xiao made a prompt decision. "I'm not selling rainbow stones." Yu Shengfeng frowned. "You can think about it. As long as it's not too much, I can accept it." "What do you know about the extreme young body?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked. "Do you know anything about it?" "Extreme young body." Yu Shengfeng's eyes shot out rays of light as he said in shock. "Is there anyone in the world who has an extreme young body? Could he be a descendant of the divine cloud palace?" "It's the divine body of Nine Yang," Yun Xiao said. "It's the divine body of Nine Yang." Yu Shengfeng was stunned for a moment before muttering, "I didn't expect the Nine Yang divine body to reappear in the world. Is it really okay for my body to fuse with the rainbow stone?" Yun Xiao asked suspiciously, "Is it really okay? Are there any side effects?" Yu Shengfeng's brows rose up and he fell into deep thought. "Originally, only my family knew how to fuse rainbow stones. But thousands of years ago, Gu Qingqing of the Divine Cloud Palace fused with the rainbow stones and became almost invincible. The patriarch was shocked and wanted to find out how to fuse them. In the end, he was severely injured and died not long after. Since you can also fuse with the Agarine, Xianxia said in surprise. Both of you have dual extreme divine bodies, so your strength should be equal. Even if you can't defeat him, you won't be killed, right? A trace of shame flashed across Yu Shengfeng's face as he said, "It's hard to tell outsiders the whole story. In fact, the method of fusing the Agarine is flawed. There would be more chapters later, which would be later." Flaws? Xianxia was taken aback. When he saw the depressed look on Yu Shengfeng's face, he could not help but look at him a few times and said, "Could it be that Yu Yixian's remnant soul in your body was born from that so-called flaw?" Hatred flashed in Yu Shengfeng's eyes. He snorted heavily and said, "That's not it. But if it wasn't for that flaw, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to obtain Yu Yixian's body. It's precisely because of this that we've placed great importance on the matter of the divine body of Nine Yang fusing with the Rainbow Stone, and we've sent people to investigate it many times. The ancestor that Gu Qingqing killed was Yu Yixian's master." Yunxiao's mouth was wide open in shock as he said in a daze, "There's still this layer of origin," Yu Shengfeng said. "After all, after the demon-sealing war 100,000 years ago, my lineage is the one who knows the most about demon masters in the world. How can we not be surprised that someone can fuse the Rainbow Stone seamlessly?" Later on, Yu Yixian did everything he could to go to Shenshao Palace to investigate the matter and found some clues. The fusion of the Rainbow Stones also had flaws. "What flaw?" Xianxia was shocked. "What flaw?" Yu Shengfeng said, "Actually, this sentence is the opposite. It should be that there is a flaw in the fusion of Rainbow Stones, which led to the fusion of the Neon Stones. This is because the method of fusing the Agarine that Yu Yixian perfected was based on Gu Qingqing's secret technique." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yunxiao's mind. What kind of flaw is it? If a Nine Yang divine body were to fuse with the Rainbow Stone now, what would happen? The corners of Yu Shengfeng's mouth revealed a trace of a playful expression as he chuckled. Young Master Yun, you seem to be very nervous about this. We can have a good talk about it then." Yunxiao's face darkened, and anger welled up in his heart, but he tried to suppress it. "Yu Shengfeng, this matter is extremely important to me. I hope you can tell me everything without holding back." Yu Shengfeng snorted and said, "From the beginning, everything I've talked to you about was extremely important. You've made me angry for quite a while. This art of fusing rainbow stones is a secret art of our sect. So how can I say it so easily?" Yunxiao nodded. "You're raising the price on the spot. What do I have to do before you're willing to tell me?" Yu Shengfeng's eyes flashed. "Give me the rainbow stone." "It's not like I can't give you the rainbow stone," Yunxiao said. "Although it's strange, it's not of much use to me. But is the information you gave me worth a rainbow stone?" Yu Shengfeng said. "It depends on who it is to. It might be worthless to others, but it might be worth it to you." "Then tell me first," Yunxiao said. "I'll see if it's worth rainbow stones." "Ha ha ha!" Yu Shengfeng laughed out loud. Then his face darkened and he said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, are you playing dumb? Or do you think I'm a fool?" Everyone was confused. They only saw that they seemed to be arguing, but they didn't know what they were talking about. They could only lower their heads and watch while healing. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, as if he could not make a decision. He did not dare to take out the heart of rainbow stone out of the blue, but since it was about Yunxiang, he could not care less. "Good. I can give you the rainbow stone, but you must ensure my good friend's safety." He briefly explained what had happened to Yunxiang. Yu Shengfeng frowned. "If I'm not wrong, it's very likely to be a trap set by Gu Qingqing, just like that old dog Yu Yixian." Yunxiao was shocked, and he could no longer remain calm. He stood up and shouted, "Then what should we do? If Gu Qingqing takes over his body, can he recover? It's hard to say, but the sooner we find her, the safer we will be. Otherwise, he, said Yu Shengfeng. Yunxiao was so vexed that he could no longer care about the demon lord. He paced back and forth in the cabin. The others looked at his annoyed face. They didn't know why, but it seemed inconvenient to ask. Lu Fian said softly, "What could have made you so anxious? This is not like you." "AI." Yunxiao sighed. "Fian, I've indeed changed a lot over the years. I've lost a lot of my enthusiasm, he said. Even Ning Qiyun didn't know his identity. Hearing him speak to Lu Fian like this, they were all stunned and revealed strange expressions. Lu Fian chuckled. Although he looks more childish now, his personality has matured. It's just that nothing can be rushed. Haste makes waste. You're right, Yun Xiao said. But Lord Yun, I have something to ask. He turned around and said. Ning Qiyun was stunned and asked subconsciously, What's the matter? Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he said, Where is Luo Yunshang's 9-yang divine body going to inherit Gu Qingqing's legacy? Ning Qiyun was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this question. She frowned and said, I don't know much about this matter either. I'm afraid only the palace master knows. Yun Xiao frowned at the thought of meeting Chu Hongyan, and he could not help but feel a headache. Ning Qiyun said, Luo Yunshang's acceptance of the inheritance is a major event in Shenshao Palace. It is said that many elders have secretly gone to protect her. The news has been kept confidential. I know you have a deep relationship with Yunshang, but you can't disturb her at this time. The cold gleam in Yun Xiao's eyes gradually gathered as he said, I want to see your palace master. What? Ning Qiyun was taken aback, and not only her, but the rest of the people were also surprised. After all, most of them knew Yun Xiao's identity. Xianhua was stunned and said, Did I hear wrong? You want to see Chu Hongyan? Ning Qiyun frowned and said, The palace master is in seclusion. I'm afraid he won't see anyone, and I don't have the right to accept it for you. Yun Xiao knew that the Divine Firmament Palace was a 10,000-year-old sect with many rules and was very troublesome to do things. How can I see Chu Hongyan? Ning Qiyun said, You have to report to the higher-ups. If you don't have a good reason, they won't let you in. If this matter was done by Jun Ting, it would be much easier than me. After all, she is the palace master's direct disciple and has the qualifications to directly report. Yun Xiao immediately regretted not bringing Han Junting with him. Ning Qiyun saw through his thoughts and said, If you really want to see the palace master, what is it that you need to tell me? I'll help you pass the message. You just need to tell her that the man from the eternal seal on the Snowfall Peak has returned, Yun Xiao said with a sigh. Ning Qiyun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly her body trembled. Her expression changed drastically, and she retreated in shock. Why you, as he was too shocked. He could not speak at all. Yes, I am, Yun Xiao said. I am that man. He did not want to admit his identity in front of the people of Shenshao Palace, but he had no other choice. The longer he delayed, the more danger Yunshang would be in. Luo Tian was also shocked as he cried out, Ing Luo, are you Ing Luo? Yes? Yun Xiao nodded and said, Luo Tian, it's me. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed and said, Haha! It's my first time seeing you in the sky-reaching huge city. I've already felt that you're very familiar. I've not imagined that it's you. Haha! It's a long story about my rebirth, Yun Xiao sighed. If Yunshang had not been in danger, I would not have wanted to see her at all. Danger zone. Although I don't quite understand, I'll arrange everything immediately. Ning Qiyun was shocked and said, Thank you, Lord Qiyun, Yun Xiao said. Ning Qiyun hurriedly returned the bow. Sir Pajun, you're too serious. This is what I should do. She suddenly became cautious. Thinking of how she had treated this person as a junior, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Gu Feiyang, it's really you, Ning Kuei said with emotion. I haven't seen you for many years, my lord, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. I hope you can forgive me for not recognizing you before. Ning Kuei waved his hand and said, Why are you so polite? This isn't like the unruly you. I used to think that my strength was superior, Yun Xiao said. I thought that there was nothing in the world that was impossible. It's only after all these years that I finally understand how weak I am. I've placed myself in heaven and earth, but I'm just a drop in the ocean. It's laughable. When you realize that you're weak, that's when you're at your strongest, Ning Kuei said. I'll remember your words, Yun Xiao said seriously. I'll remember your teachings. Ning Kuei shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm old. This world has long been yours. I'm very pleased that you're not dead. With you here, I'll be much more at ease about saving Kiyue. Killing Tian Si and saving Kiyue has always been my top priority, Yunxiao said. It's just that I can't rush it. If you help me, I'll have a great chance of winning. Xianxia said, What is Tian Si's strength? As long as we don't have the Ghost King and the Demon Lord, we should be able to kill them easily. Lu Fian also said, Our mission can be pushed back. We'll help you deal with Nei first. Yes, let's save my sister first, Ning Qiyun quickly said. If you want to see the Palace Master, you have to report to the higher levels. It won't be that fast. I will ask Jun Ting to handle this matter. With your identity, there should be no problem. All right, Yunxiao said after pondering for a while. I hope Lord Qiyun can arrange Luo Yunxiang's matter as soon as possible. As long as we can find Tian Si's location, we will be able to kill him with everyone's combined strength. Li Yunxiao. Yu Shengfeng frowned and said, I didn't promise to kill Tian Si for you. After you save Yunxiang, you have to give me the rainbow stone. Of course, Yunxiao said. I've always kept my word. Humph. Yu Shengfeng snorted and no longer spoke. With Xianxia and Fian's help, as well as Lord Che Yu and Lord Kuei, killing Tianxi is almost a done deal, Yunxiao said. Let's find a place to settle down first. Ning Qiyun said. I'll contact Junting. She should have some information on Tianxi's movements. Once again, Yunxiao regretted not bringing Han Junting with him. He nodded and said, I hope she doesn't hold a grudge against me for what happened just now. Don't worry, Ning Qiyun said. Junting has always been a sensible child. Although she can be a little temperamental sometimes, she can still distinguish right from wrong in the face of major issues. Yunxiao frowned. He had never had a good impression of Han Junting, but it was not the time to say anything. That's good. After Yi Fan received the order, he quickly flew towards the nearest city. No one said anything more and all of them began to meditate. Everyone had a pile of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and medicinal pills on them. After pouring them into their bodies, the entire cabin was filled with an extremely strong spiritual power, and it was quiet. Yunxiao's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. Then he went straight into the Divine Realm tablet. His eyes narrowed slightly as he made a hand seal. A white mist emerged from his body, followed by a colorful light. The phenomenon of a real dragon and a heavenly phoenix appeared in the sky, dancing in the 9 heavens. It was a majestic atmosphere. Soon after, a bright moon emerged from the sky sea, and the strange phenomenon of 24 moonlit night divine bodies suddenly appeared. The 8 doors on his body emitted divine light. The light started from the first door and continued down. The second door opened, the third door, the fourth door, and then the 5th door. It opened without any hindrance. The power of his divine body suddenly became stronger, and it surged directly toward the 6th door. It slowly gathered into a vortex, constantly washing over his body. After the demon master had occupied his body, he had used the dragon essence and phoenix light to cleanse his body. Not only had his cultivation reached the level of a 9 stars martial emperor, but his body had also been filled with power, allowing him to enter the next realm. However, the power was concentrated on the 6th door, and it seemed difficult to open it in a short time. He wasn't in a hurry and directly sat cross-legged in the air, releasing the power in his body to his heart's content, allowing it to surge and transform into thousands of strange phenomena. After an unknown amount of time, the power of his physical body was almost released. The power surging into the 6th door began to weaken after reaching its peak. Continued to dissipate, but in the end, it did not break open. Yunxiao frowned and pondered for a while. He could feel the loosening of the 6th gate, but it seemed to lack an opportunity, so he could not cross it at once. He withdrew his physical strength and made a hand seal in the air. 2 nebulas appeared behind him, one golden and the other pitch black, and they both slowly turned into giant shadows. 2 true fiend Dharma idols stood between the heaven and earth. As the seals in his hands continued to change, the 2 giant spirits gradually merged behind him, gradually becoming one. The entire giant spirit's body was circulating with 2 colors, and golden runes kept flashing on its pitch-black body. Xianxia had a strange look on his face. The two forces were indeed very compatible. Just as Yu Shengfeng had said, they came from the same source, but the golden devil essence was born because of the mutation of the evil and good thoughts. He once again recalled his previous exchange with the Sea Emperor. The Bo family had always cultivated the Sun Sutra, one of the 4 scriptures closest to the Maha-ancient true formula in the heavenly martial arts realm. He suddenly thought of the possibility that the Demon Lord Monarch's personality had split because he had read the Sun Sutra, and that his good and evil thoughts were incompatible with each other. It was also the Sun Sutra that had turned his demonic energy into a golden color. If that was the case, then who was the sea god back then? Could it be the Demon Lord himself? If that was the case, then wouldn't the Bo family be Piyu's inheritor? From Demon Master Piyu's previous conversation with Po Long, it didn't seem like it. Xianxia thought about it carefully for a while, but he could not figure out the main point, so he stopped thinking about it. Everything would come to light eventually. At this moment, he could feel that his devil essence had become more powerful after fusing with the golden power. Although I have never seen the Sun Scripture, I have the bloodline power of the Bo family. It can be considered as the inheritance of this Shin methodology. In addition to the Great Expansion Shin methodology and Great Realm Shin methodology, I have already obtained 3 of the 4 Shin methodology. This hidden fate, it can't be that it wants me to collect all 4 Shin methodology, right? He pondered for a while, then untied his front lapel. When he circulated his yuan energy, the marks of the 12 illusory lights of laws emerged at the same time, like a projection of an array in the sky. The exquisite characters flashed one by one. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at them carefully, but he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, making it difficult to recognize them. Is this the basic structure of the lock of realm power that forms the rules of heaven and earth? The power of a world is indeed not something that can be easily controlled. After several attempts, Xianxia knew that he could not comprehend the 12 chains of law with his current strength, so he had no choice but to give up. Suddenly, he had an idea and teleported to a certain spot in the sky. The lotus seat that had never had any reaction all this time began to spin, emitting rays of golden light that shot in all directions. All the petals bloomed at the same time, filling the sky with lotus shadows. The water fairy sat quietly inside, meditating with a peaceful expression. Her pure white body was surrounded by golden light. At this moment, the golden light that emerged from the countless lotus petals began to squirm and gather into ancient Maha characters that flashed in the air. Xianxia trembled and cried out, "The Sun Sutra!" His eyes were filled with joy as he hurriedly focused his mind and began to figure it out. Noah's ship galloped across the vast eastern region, and after a few days, it finally arrived above a huge city. Yifan kept Noah's ship, and everyone appeared in the sky, landing one by one. Everyone's complexion had improved. Although not all of them had recovered, at least half of them had recovered. Xianxia had also come out of the Divine Realm tablet with a thoughtful look on his face. He had forcibly imprinted the Sun Sutra into his mind, but there were too many things he could not understand, and he could not make a breakthrough in a short time, so he had to put them aside for the time being. Yifan, you've had a long journey. Come to my Divine Realm tablet and take a rest, Xianxia said with concern. Yifan's face was pale, but his mental state was good. He smiled. It's just a simple flight. It doesn't take much of my mental and physical effort. To me, it's a form of training. After the battle outside of Red Moon City, I gained a deeper understanding of how to control this saint artifact. I've gained quite a bit recently, so I'm thinking of going into seclusion to comprehend it. With a smile, he turned into a beam of light and was put into Xianxiao's glabella. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and the shadow of the Divine Realm tablet flickered and then disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and jealousy as they stared at him. In this era where saint artifacts are rampant, when can I get one to play with? Xianxia wailed. Overflow? You're overflowing with saint artifacts, but you won't. There have been countless godly state experts since ancient times, but I've never heard of countless saint artifacts. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. But why do I feel like everyone has one? Xianxia said worriedly. The rest of the people nodded in agreement, as if they had the same feeling. Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard. Maybe one day you can really get one." Xianhua's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "You're not consoling me, are you?" Yunxiao glared at him and snorted. "To comfort you, of course. With your talent and strength, it's impossible for you to possess a saint artifact in this lifetime. However, if you speak the truth like this, won't you be struck to death?" Xianhua rushed up in anger and roared, "I'm going to kill you! In terms of talent, I'm higher than you. In terms of looks, I'm more handsome than you. In terms of fate, I'm better than you. Why do you have a saint artifact and I don't?" The two of them immediately started fighting outside the city. They were both strangling each other's necks with all their might and directly hitting each other's faces with their fists. Lu Fian frowned and said, "Enough, stop fooling around. When can you guys be more serious? Xianhua, even if you have a saint weapon in your hand, its power may not be comparable to the star-shattering bow." "That's true," Yunxiao said. "I've had the Divine Realm tablet for a long time, but I can't say that I can completely control it. Even with Shang's unparalleled talent and cultivation, it took him tens of thousands of years to fully cultivate the armillary sphere. Without great perseverance, talent, and luck, even if you have a saint weapon, it's still a disaster." His words were to the point and immediately put out the fire of jealousy in everyone's hearts, calming their minds. Ning Kuei said, "Although Yongxiang City is not the main city of the eastern region, it is still one of the big cities. The teleportation array basically covers more than half of the main cities and some nearby cities. Let's rest and gather information about that Tianxi here." Ning Qiyun said, "Tianxi caused a huge ruckus and killed many law enforcers. More and more people are starting to know about this. It should be easy to track him down. There's also a branch of the Star Moon School here. I'll first inquire about Jun Ting's news and ask her to immediately investigate this matter." Yunxiao, Xianhua, Lu Fian, Qiu Mujie, Luotian, Lin Shengfeng, Ning Ku as father and daughter, and the three elders of Red Moon City, a total of 12 people. After obtaining the Heaven and Earth Invisible Sword, Che Yu had hidden himself in the Divine Realm tablet to meditate and cultivate, and he did not seem to care about Yunxiao. After obtaining the Dragon Essence, Fei and I performed the dragon flying and phoenix dancing phenomenon and went into seclusion. Everyone concealed their auras, and there were no elemental energy fluctuations on their bodies. They entered the city directly like ordinary merchants. The low mumbling of the two guards came from behind. Although it was soft, how could it escape everyone's hearing? It all entered their ears. "Brother Rin, why did you drag me along just now? There are so many people going in without taking any money. How big of a loss would you have suffered? Collect money? Be careful or you'll lose your life. What's the most important thing in our line of work? It's his eyes. Could it be that these people are important figures? I can sense that they don't have any elemental energy fluctuations. They're definitely ordinary people." Hee, ordinary people? There were no elemental energy fluctuations on their bodies, and there were no transport ships or transport vehicles following them. How did they arrive outside Yongxiang City? Don't tell me that these people are from the nearby villages. Well, Brother Ren's words make sense. Did they deliberately suppress their aura? Impossible. You and I are both 5-element realm martial kings. I still don't believe that he can hide from you and me. Humph, you're still too young. Don't think that you're so great at being a martial king. If you were, you wouldn't have been sent to guard the door. Everyone had a strange look on their faces and couldn't help but look back at the two guards. Ning Kuei smiled and said, "This guard is really good. He has a good eye. If there is an opportunity in the future, we can send him to the Red Moon City." Yunxiao felt a little emotional. The distribution of spirit qi on the heavenly martial continent was extremely uneven. The northern region was the leader, followed by the eastern and western regions, and the southern region seemed to be out of touch, as if they were not in the same world. A 5-element realm martial artist could be respected by thousands of people in any country in the south region. In the other 3 regions, they could only guard the gates. But to any martial artist with a desire to improve himself, no one would be willing to stay in the southern mountain range. He suddenly recalled what he had seen earlier. If Nie Xingfeng's secret technique was correct, then Demon Lord Piyu should be suppressed under the state of Tianshui in the southern region. Perhaps the huge change in spirit qi was related to Demon Lord Piyu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How strong was the seal that could trigger the spiritual qi of the entire world? Ning Qiyun suddenly felt a little sad and said, "Father's heart has been broken for the Red Moon City all his life." Ning Kuei shook his head. "That's not right. The decline of the Red Moon City started with my hands. I'm deeply remorseful and guilty. I can't face everyone. Now I only hope to do my best and die." City Lord. The three old men were filled with grief and indignation. The rest of the experts were also shocked. After witnessing the collapse of such a huge city and a super force, each of them had different feelings. "But, my lord, you don't have to blame yourself," Yunxiao said. "As you said before, there is no eternal superpower in the world. We just have to do our best. I, Li Yunxiao, will do my best to bring everyone back to Red Moon City. Kiyue, Ruobing, and all of you. I'm relieved to hear Martial Emperor Vanquisher's words," Ning Kuei said with a smile. "Thank you," Ning Qiyun also said softly. "No," Yunxiao said. "I owe you." His face was bleak, as if he had been touched, and his face was a little gloomy. "It's all that bastard Wei Qing's doing," Xianxia said. "Since we don't have any news of Tian Si now, why don't we go to the sacred zone and kill him first?" Lu Fian frowned and said, "All right, I'll leave this task to you. Go quickly. Remember to bring Wei Qing's head to us. If you don't see it, don't come back." Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just saying it." Everyone was speechless. To think that he was a titled martial sovereign, yet he was actually so ridiculous. "Let's go to the Star and Moon School to get the latest news," Yunxiao said. The Star and Moon School rose up in a short time and became one of the 7 chambers of commerce. Although they had a wide background and resources, they didn't have a strong foundation, and their main business scope was in the North region. Although there was a branch of the Star and Moon School in Yongxiang City, it was very simple and had few people. It couldn't even be compared to the market of an ordinary chamber of commerce. Ning Qiyun couldn't help frowning. As soon as she entered the door, she called out to the person in charge and threw a jade card to him. The person in charge was not old, about 30 years old, but his body was short and he looked very smart. When he saw the token, he was shocked and handed it back with trembling hands. So it's your excellency from above. I'm Ji Jingde. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." He hurriedly invited everyone in, and all kinds of fragrant fruits and fine wine were quickly served. Ji Jingde wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and asked carefully, "Why didn't my lord inform me of your arrival so that I could make some preparations? These spirit fruits are also high-grade items, but I don't know if they suit your tastes." How could the crowd be interested in this level of tea and snacks? They all sat there and did not even bother to look at it. "I'm not here for an inspection. I just happened to pass by and have something important for you to do," Ning Qiyun said. "Sir, please give me your orders. I'm just afraid that my ability is limited," Ji Jingde quickly replied. He doesn't know who these people are, but the plate just now was indeed the highest standard of the Star and Moon School's VIP plate. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. "Have you received any news about the Red Moon City recently?" Ning Qiyun asked. "Red Moon City?" Ji Jingde was taken aback. Then he respectfully said, "I've indeed heard a little, but it's rather vague. It's said that the Red Moon City has encountered a great change. Some unknown experts suddenly appeared at young Master Tang Xian's wedding and disrupted the entire wedding. These people are extremely powerful, and the Red Moon City is still in chaos." Ning Qiyun's face was filled with anger and she shouted, "Nonsense! This news is just a joke that has been circulating on the streets. Don't you have any real news?" Ji Jingde was shocked to see her angry and quickly said, "Lord, please calm down. I didn't pay much attention to this matter. I'll send someone to inquire about it." "Hurry up," Ning Qiyun said angrily. "Also, Do everything you can to contact the head shopkeeper Han Junzi as soon as possible. Head manager Han Junzi. Ji Zhengde was shocked, and his impression of these people became even higher. He quickly said, "Yes, I'll go now." After he left, Ning Qiyun said in embarrassment, "I've made a fool of myself." Luo Tian said, "The Star and Moon School has just been established. After all, it can't radiate its influence all over the world like the other old forces. However, it's already shocking to have such an achievement in such a short time. Xianxia Palace is indeed a place with tens of thousands of years of history. With Palace Master Chu's ability, it's too terrifying." Only then did Ning Qiyun's expression ease a little. She said, "Master Luo Tian, you flatter me. The Star and Moon School is still an independent school for the time being. When the Divine Cloud Palace comes out of seclusion, it will be under the name of the Divine Cloud Palace. In the beginning, I was very curious about the rise of the Star and Moon School," Lu Fian said. "Later, I found out that it was the Divine Cloud Palace that supported them. In such a chaotic world, the appearance of Xianxia Palace will play a great role in the peace of the world. We are all looking forward to it." Ning Qiyun nodded slightly and could not help but glance at Yunxiao, thinking that this was where the headache came from. She wondered how Palace Master Chu would react when she learned that this man was not dead. Although she did not want Yunxiao to die, it seemed that she might as well have died back then. Ji Zhengde returned quickly and reported, "I've already contacted him, and I believe that I'll be able to contact head manager Han Junzi very soon. As for the recent events in the Red Moon City, I've also found some information to inform him. You can ask him about it, my lord." Ning Qiyun was extremely displeased. "A large part of our business is selling information. Now we're actually buying other people's information. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the news got out?" Ji Zhengde said bitterly, "My lord, you don't know this. The Star and Moon School has just been opened in Yongxiang City. The manpower and resources have not been transferred over yet. Now, it is no different from an empty shell. It is very difficult to do things. Could it be that it is very famous? It is even more difficult to gain a firm foothold." Ning Qiyun frowned. He didn't know much about business, but he felt that it was rare to hear this. So he said, "All right, you can let that message pass." Soon, an old man came in with squinted eyes. He looked like a person who often mingled in the streets. When he saw that the seats were full, he couldn't help but tremble and almost knelt down on the spot. Although everyone's origin power was restrained and they didn't reveal any deterrence, their all-powerful posture still made the messenger sense something was wrong and couldn't help but be extremely nervous. "You are the messenger?" Ning Qiyun asked. The messenger hurriedly replied, "That's me. No one in the entire Yongxiang city has more information than me." "All right," Ning Qiyun said. "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the major event that happened in Hongyue City a few days ago?" The messenger thought for a while and said, "A few days ago, the Red Moon City held a grand wedding for young Master Tang Xian of the Tang family to marry Jiang Ruobing, the second young lady of the Jiang family. Li Yunxiao came out of nowhere and disrupted the wedding. The entire Red Moon City fell into chaos. It's said that it might not be true," he said worriedly. "It's said that apart from the inner regions of the Red Moon City, there were also a large number of experts who came to the Red Moon City to participate in the tragic battle. There were no lack of experts from the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation. King-level martial sovereign Tang Guang was also present. Many people even spread the rumor that there were other titled martial sovereigns. I don't know if it's true or not." Ning Qiyun nodded slightly and thought that the news was reliable. She asked, "What's the current situation in the Red Moon City?" During the chaos, all the forces fought for their own interests. It was really a world-shaking battle. It was said that Tang Qing and his son all died in this battle. The Tang family's power was completely disintegrated. He observed everyone's expressions and found that there was no change in their expressions. He heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "The current Red Moon City is already under the control of the Sanctum, and there will be 2 city lords." "2? Do you know who he is?" Ning Kuei frowned. The messenger's body seemed to move a few times, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. No matter what you know, just tell me, Ningkawe said. The message channel said, "This is also a piece of news that has just arrived. Because the matter of the city lord being parachuted happened this morning. I don't know if it's accurate. One of them is called Luo Qingyun, and he's quite the character. The other vice city lord is someone I've never heard of, but he has some background, and his name is Li Yi." "What?" Yun Xiao almost choked to death. "Li Yi? Did I hear you right?" The rest of the people also frowned. They had never heard of this person before going to the Red Moon City. It was only when Shang extracted the power of the mother in his body that he had plotted against him and swallowed a Dao fruit fragment. Only then did everyone know that there was such a person in the heavenly martial arts realm. They did not expect Wei Qing to assign such an important task. The messenger chuckled and said, "That's right. It's Li Yi. It's normal that you've never heard of him before. But this Li Yi does have some background. It's just that he's been overshadowed by someone else." Yun Xiao frowned and said, "Oh? Tell me about it." Li Yi and Li Yunxiao are both from Tianshui in the southern region, and according to reliable sources, they're family. Li Yi's strength has always been good, but the world's attention is on Li Yunxiao. A family? Everyone looked at Yunxiao with strange eyes. Cold sweat broke out on Yunxiao's forehead. It was really difficult to explain. Although Li Yi was a spy sent by an enemy country, he was indeed a relative of the Li family in Tianshui, and he had even controlled the Li family for a period of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were one family. Yun Xiao had no choice but to wipe his sweat and say awkwardly, "The details are very complicated. In short, he has no blood relationship with him." The messenger was stunned for a moment and said, "My lord, how do you know this?" "Go on," Yun Xiao said, waving his hand. "Don't ask me." The messenger then said, "Although this Li Yi doesn't reveal his true strength, he's still extremely powerful. I heard that during the incident in Red Moon City, a demon race powerhouse appeared and massacred my people. It was also this Master Li Yi who defeated the demon race powerhouses and turned the situation around in Red Moon City." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. How did such a filthy existence become a hero? Perhaps Wei Qing had deliberately spread the news to create prestige and image for Li Yi, so that he could smoothly become the deputy city lord of Red Moon City. Yun Xiao knocked his forehead and said, "Wei Qing made Li Yi the vice city lord most likely to contain Luo Qingyun, so that he won't be too easy to control. Although the rumors are a little nonsensical, Li Yi's role in this battle is indeed very important." The rest of them nodded. If he had not stopped Shang, there would be another godly state monster in the world now. The danger would be indescribable. In that case, Li Yi's contribution was really great. "Continue," Ning Qiyun said. "Do you have any more news?" The messenger thought for a while and said, "There's basically nothing about the Red Moon City." The Red Moon City is also full of ups and downs, and it's been an eventful autumn. Originally, after defeating the sea race, I thought that things would settle down. But who knew that we would encounter such a big incident again? And the great Tang grandfather's entire family was also lost. I don't know when things will settle down. "What about the sacred zone and the Sea of Soul formation?" Yun Xiao asked. "Are there any movements from them?" "I don't know about the Sea of Soul formation," he said. "But the holy region has indeed made a big move. Do you know about the moon pupil?" Everyone's heart trembled, and their eyes shot out cold light. "What's wrong with Yuetong?" Yun Xiao asked. He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect to get to the key point. The messenger was shocked by everyone's appearance and only came back to his senses after a while. He wondered what kind of people these people were. Why was it that a single expression and action could make people so frightened? Some time ago, it was said that the moon pupil had possessed a strong man and was doing evil everywhere, he said, trembling. The sacred zone has already sent strong men to encircle and annihilate him. The sacred zone sent people to encircle and annihilate Yuetong? Yun Xiao frowned. "Do you know who you sent and where is Yutong?" "I don't know." The messenger shook his head. Yun Xiao asked a few more questions, but he could not get any more answers. Only then did he let the messenger leave. Then, everyone fell into deep thought. Ning Kiyunchi said, If there's a saint to deal with Yutong, we'll be able to save ourselves some trouble. What do you think? Xianxia asked Yunxiao. What do you think? There are two major problems for the sanctuary to deal with Tianxi, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. First, how much does the sanctuary know about Tianxi? Can they take him down? The second is whether or not it will hurt Kiyue. I didn't think of that. If the holy region were to attack without any regard for anything else, my sister would be in danger. Ning Qiyun was shocked. We have to find Tianxi as soon as possible, Yunxiao said. He took out the jade pendant again and looked at it. He was filled with melancholy. If that's the case, we should mobilize all our forces, Luo Tian said. We shouldn't limit ourselves to the Star and Moon School. We should also mobilize the forces of the Business Union and the Technique Pagoda in Yongxiang City. Luo Tian is right, Xianxia said. I'll go to the Merchant Union, and you go to the Alchemist Association. Mobilize all our forces to find Tianxi's location, and go there as soon as you find any clues. All right. Everyone immediately came to an agreement. Only Yu Shangfeng and Qiu Mujie remained unmoved and coldly looked at everyone. Ji Zhengde, send a few people to lead the way for these lords, Ning Qiyun said. Ji Zhengde was secretly shocked and felt that these people were becoming more and more mysterious. He hurriedly said, Actually, there's no need for us to act separately. Right now, almost all of the influential people in the city are in the City Lord's mansion. Because there's an extremely important guest in the City Lord's mansion, everyone has gone to accompany him. An extremely important guest? Everyone was stunned. He is the one who caused the uproar in Red Moon City, Ji Zhengde said. He is the rising star, Li Yunxiao, whose name has shaken the world. Yunxiao, hee. Everyone, hee. Who do you think is in the City Lord's mansion? Yunxiao asked. Yes, Ji Zhengde said respectfully. It's Lord Li Yunxiao who I mentioned earlier. Tell me in detail what's going on? Ning Qiyun asked. That Lord Li Yunxiao has been in Yongxiang City for a few days, Ji Zhengde said hurriedly. He's here to marry the City Lord's two daughters. It is said that after the incident in Red Moon City, Lord Li Yunxiao happened to pass by Yongxiang City and happened to see the City Lord's two daughters on the street. He fell in love with them. So he gave them the betrothal gifts on the spot and married them. Yunxiao, hee. Ha ha ha. Xianxia couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears flowing from her eyes as she laughed. Don't tell me the people from the City Lord's mansion didn't even confirm it and just believed it. What? Is there a problem? Ji Zhengde asked. Of course it has been confirmed. Otherwise the City Lord would not have betrothed his only two beloved daughters to him. Yunxiao? Yunxiao wiped his sweat and asked, How did you confirm it? I'm not sure about the details, but it's said that the princess of the Red Moon City, Jiang Ruobing, is with him and has agreed to let him take two concubines, Ji Zhengde replied. Yunxiao's mouth fell wide open as he said, Even if Jiang Ruobing is by his side, what does Yunxiao's wife and concubines have to do with her? He said. Ji Zhengde was stunned for a moment before he laughed. My lord, of course it's related. Yunxiao loves Jiang Ruobing so much that he would do anything for her. Otherwise, do you think he would risk making himself an enemy of the whole world to break into Hongyue City? Now that the father and son of the Tang family are dead, he naturally has the beauty in his arms. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia kept laughing. The rest of the people also smiled, revealing a look of understanding. Why? Yunxiao wiped his sweat and said, Since you love her so deeply, why do you want a concubine? Hee hee. Ji Zhengde laughed mysteriously. Men Ing Luo, everyone knows Ing Luo. Ha ha, we understand, we all understand. Xianxia laughed and patted Yunxiao on the shoulder as he said, Let's go and see the world shaking Li Yunxiao take a concubine. Ji Zhengde quickly went down and prepared to set off, while Yunxiao looked depressed. Yu Shengfeng stood up and said, It's just some boring things. I won't play with you anymore. Li Yunxiao, don't forget your promise. Xianhua's face darkened, and he blocked him directly, saying, You want to leave? I'm afraid it's not up to you. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Yu Shengfeng laughed. Kid, Don't put on an act in front of me. You know in your heart that at most you can keep Bo Yuqing, but you will have to pay the price. Lu Fian said slowly, What's so urgent, Master Yi? Don't you want to see such an interesting thing? Interesting? Yu Shangfeng laughed. Why can't I find it interesting at all? He's just a sneaky kid pretending to be Yun Xiao to get a cannon. Woof! Lord, whose words are really unpleasant to hear. Lu Fian's face was slightly red and a hint of anger flashed across her face. Ha ha! Brilliant! Xianxia smiled and said, But even if I don't look at the cannon, I can't leave. If you find it boring, then follow me back to the Sea of Soul Formation. Kid, Yu Shang said coldly, if you want to take me away, it's better to let Lu Congzi come personally. The aura from his body was released, and the entire hall shook. The rubble on the roof kept jumping up, as if it would collapse at any time. Xianhua's face was cold, and a hint of mockery flashed past. All of you stop, Lu Fian suddenly said. Xianhua's brows furrowed, but he still retracted his aura and stood there quietly. Yu Shangfeng also withdrew his aura and said, Little girl, what do you want to say? It's fine if you want to leave, but you have to at least leave us something so that we can return to the Sea of Soul Formation to report, Lu Fian said. Leave something behind? What do you want? Could it be that you still want one of my arms or legs? Yu Shangfeng said coldly. Lu Fian smiled. Of course not. I want a word from you, a promise. You can choose a time and come to the Sea of Soul Formation. Everyone frowned. Going to the Sea of Soul Formation with Yu Shangfeng's identity, wasn't that sending himself to the door? You actually dare to say such things? Yu Shang said coldly. Lu Fian laughed. Since Master Chu Shangfeng has decided to return to the world, he will come to the Sea of Soul Formation sooner or later. Foster father only wants to meet with Master. Don't tell me Master doesn't even have the courage to do this? What a good goading technique. I won't be goaded by you, but I can give you my promise. Half a year, Yu Shangfeng muttered. I'll visit the Sea of Soul Formation in half a year and get back everything I've lost from Lu Congzi. Half a year. Who can wait for you for half a year? Xianhua said angrily. Half a month is about right. All right, half a year it is. I'll tell my foster father about what happened today. I'll be waiting for you in the Sea of Soul Formation in half a year. Fian, Xianhua said in shock. This matter is too important. You can't make a decision so easily. Lu Fian smiled and said, I didn't make a decision easily. I thought about it carefully. If the size of the Sea of Soul Formation couldn't wait for Master Hu for half a year, what was the point of bringing Master Hu back now? Moreover, what foster father wishes for is to have a long chat with Darren, not to meet on the battlefield. Haha, interesting. What a bold little girl. It's Lu Congzi's good fortune to have an adopted daughter like you, Yu Shangfeng praised. Bo Yuqing, let's go. He turned around. Bo Yuqing hurriedly followed. Xianhua's expression was dark and uncertain, as if he didn't agree with Lu Fian's decision. However, he only stared at Chu Shangfeng and didn't stop him. Yu Shangfeng glanced at Luo Tian, raised his hand, and formed a seal in the air. Bang! As soon as the mark entered Luo Tian's body, his body suddenly burst into a bright light. He grunted as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with joy as he hurriedly said, Thank you, Master Shi. Yu Shangfeng snorted and no longer paid attention to the crowd. Walking away as he leisurely said, Li Yunxiao, I'll be waiting for your news. Swish! A beam of light flew over and landed in Yunxiao's hand. It was a communication jade token. As he watched Hu Shangfeng and Bo Yuqing leave, Yunxiao said with a sigh, This Yu Shangfeng is also a character of his generation. Luo Tian also sighed. It's a pity, Xinjin. He shook his head repeatedly. Ning Kuei said, When I first found out his identity, I was really shocked. I thought I was old enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even older. The heavenly Tao has changed, and evildoers are running amok. Yun Xiao thought to himself, I still have 200,000 year ones in my divine realm tablet. When it came to age, no one could compare to them. Very quickly, Ji Zhengde had prepared a warship. Although Yongxiang City was not the main city of the eastern region, it was still one of the major cities. Without a warship, ordinary people might not even be able to reach the city lord's mansion in a few days. He also noticed that 2 people were suddenly missing, but he did not say much. These Darren in front of him were all extraordinary, and he was not qualified to be associated with them. "We don't want to cause any more trouble," Yunxiao said. "We'll just pretend to be servants of the Star and Moon School. How can this make Xinjin?" Ji Zhengde was shocked. "It doesn't matter," Ning Qiyun said. "We just want to see who is impersonating Li Yunxiao and mobilize all forces to find Yuedong's whereabouts." "Why are you so sure that Li Yunxiao is an imposter, my lord?" Ji Zhengde asked in a daze. "You'll know when the time comes." Ning Qiyun waved her hand. Although Ji Zhengde was full of questions, he did not dare to ask. The battleship soon arrived above the city lord's mansion. A light barrier protected the front, and it could no longer move forward. A warrior made a hand seal in the air and put away the warship. The group descended from the sky and headed towards the city lord's mansion with Ji Zhengde in the lead. "So it's shopkeeper Ji. Quick, please come in." The city lord's mansion was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and people were coming and going. The gifts received in front of the gate had piled up into a mountain. It was also a kind of deliberate show-off in the house, with powerful martial artists maintaining the security around. A red-robed old man saw Ji Zhengde and quickly welcomed him with a face full of joy. Although the Star and Moon School was not powerful enough in Yongxiang City, they had a great reputation and prestige, so the local forces did not dare to underestimate them. "Oh, it's Master Song Han," personally welcoming the guests at the door. Ji Zhengde quickly returned the greeting. Song Han laughed and said, "Haha, I've been too busy. I don't have enough manpower." Moreover, they were all distinguished guests, so he didn't dare to be negligent. "Lord Zhengde, please come in." A servant boy immediately ran out from behind Song Han and led the way. Song Han looked at the people behind Ji Zhengde in a daze. She felt that there were too many people following him. They were all weird, and there were even a few old men who were staggering. The group followed the manservant inside and passed through a few cloisters. They could vaguely see a song, dance, and pipe music. The banquet was set up in the large courtyard, and more than half of the seats were already filled by guests, who were all exchanging pleasantries. The banquet was divided into several venues, and this was the one with the highest standards. Those who could appear here were all famous people in Yongxiang City. Yunxiao scanned the place with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there were many martial emperors among them. "Haha, Lord Zhengde, long time no see." Turns out that Lord Zhengde had gone to focus on doing charity. "I admire your virtue." Ji Zhengde had just walked to his table when someone shouted from afar. The table was on the lower left side, almost close to the gate of the garden. It could be seen that he did not have a high position in the city lord's mansion. The person who was shouting was on the right side, obviously having a higher status than him. "This man is Yan Xinghua, the president of the Silver Horse Chamber of Commerce," Ji Zhengde whispered. He saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, "Although the Silver Horse Chamber of Commerce is not well known on the continent, it is quite famous in Yongxiang City and the nearby large cities. Many of its businesses are above that of the 7 great chambers of commerce." After his explanation, he cupped his fists at Yan Xinghua. "Master Spark, you must be joking. I'm not doing any charity. It's probably just a rumor." "No," Yan Xinghua glared. "I saw so many old men behind you, so I thought you opened a nursing home and went to Jishirtang. Ha 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 ha." He laughed maniacally, causing everyone to laugh and look at him with mocking eyes. The 3 elders of Red Moon City looked too old. Coupled with the injuries on their bodies, they looked even more critically ill, which was indeed eye-catching. Ji Zhengde was furious and his face was ashen. The rapid expansion of the Star and Moon School had indeed offended many local forces. For a place like Yongxiang City, it was easier to be bullied if one had a sign but no strength. But, except for Ji Zhengde, who was half dead from anger, Yunxiao and the others were completely unmoved. They stood behind him one by one, and the 3 old men even closed their eyes and began to regulate their breathing. Ji Zhengde was slightly shocked. He thought to himself that these people were really cultured. If an ordinary martial artist with some strength was slandered like this, he would have killed them long ago. However, this was the city lord's mansion of Xianxia City, where more than half of the city's experts were gathered. Even if they were angry, they would not dare to burst out easily. He said coldly, although the business of the Star and Moon School is not very big, it's enough for you to enjoy your retirement. After you go bankrupt, I'll be happy to do this charity. Yan Xinghua's laughter stopped. He said coldly, Humph. Bankrupt? Ji Zhengde, who do you think you are? You actually have the right to sit in this seat. If it wasn't for the Star and Moon School's great business and influence in the North region, you would only be qualified to sit in the last seat. Ji Zhengde sneered. It's a pity. There are no if in this world. No matter how bad the business of the Star and Moon School was in Yongxiang City, it was still one of the 7 chambers of commerce. No matter how powerful the Silver Horse Chamber of Commerce was, could it be ranked in the top 100 in the Commerce Union's headquarters, Xinyan City? Humph. I'll report what Lord Xianxia said truthfully. I hope the headquarters won't come and find trouble with you. Yan Xinghua's expression changed. He chuckled. Lord Zhengde, who are you trying to scare? With your shabby appearance, if reporting it was useful, the headquarters of the Star and Moon School would have sent people to help you. Now you're just using your name to cheat people. The city lord's beloved daughter is getting married today. You wouldn't be here empty-handed to eat and drink, right? Although I am poor, I can still prepare a generous gift for the city lord. You don't need to worry, Ji Zhengde said coldly. Haha, your so-called generous gift can't be a few hundred mid-grade primordial stones, right? Ha ha ha. Yan Xinghua laughed without restraint. His eyes were filled with mockery and coldness. Many merchants and nobles around him also echoed and ridiculed him, looking down on him. Ji Zhengde's face was ashen as he sat down and drank his wine. He was filled with anger. Ning Qiyun sighed. How did you end up so miserable? Although the Star and Moon School was established not long ago, its name is still well known in the world. These small chambers of commerce that I have never heard of actually don't give them face. Ji Zhengde said bitterly, It's not too bad. If it wasn't for my reputation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a seat in the first row today. It's already the city lord's honor to arrange me here. Ning Qiyun nodded. It's been hard on you. After I contact Han Junzi, I'll talk to him on your behalf and ask him to focus on supporting Yongxiang City. Really? Ji Zhengde was overjoyed and said hurriedly, Many thanks, my lord. His heart was surging with excitement. Not to mention greeting the highest shopkeeper, even if he greeted the chief in charge of the eastern region, his poor days would be filled with happiness. I still don't know your name, sir. Can you tell me? He asked in a low voice. You don't need to know about this, Ning Qiyun said. Yes, yes. Ji Zhengde saw her cold expression and did not dare to ask any more. However, his heart was filled with apprehension. Sometimes he was excited and sometimes he was excited. He sat there and drank happily. His mood was like a completely different person. In the distance, Yan Xinghua noticed his expression. He frowned and cursed. Crazy! He did not bother to hide his voice and it entered everyone's ears. Ji Zhengde was so angry that he threw his wine cup away and his body trembled. Yun Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Calm down. I'm fine, but I've dragged you all into this. However, you must endure and not get into a conflict with him, or we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. In Yongxiang City, Yan Xinghua is a smooth and influential person. Even the lord of the city has to give him some face, Ji Zhengde said with a serious face. The reason why he always has a problem with me is that the Star and Moon School shops have always been the meat in his eyes. Moreover, our gradually expanding business has some impact on the main business of the Silver Horse Chamber of Commerce, so he has always wanted to drive us away. Yun Xiao gave him a thumbs up and praised. You've already succeeded in making your opponent fear you. I believe that you'll soon be able to turn the tables on your opponent. Ji Zhengde was stunned for a moment before he replied, I hope so. After that, he began to drink alone. Yun Xiao smiled faintly. and then his eyes suddenly flickered with surprise. He saw a familiar face at the top of the banquet table. It was Luanchuan, the president of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Hanchuan's expression was dignified and elegant at the moment. She was wearing a light pink robe and had a worried look on her face. There was no lack of powerful martial artists around her who came up to propose a toast to get close to her. But she only smiled out of courtesy and took a small sip. Does the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce have a high status in Yongxiang City? Yunxiao asked softly. Yes, the Purple Cloud Trade Union is powerful, and it is the base of Tianyuan Trade Union in Yongxiang City, Ji Zhengde said. The Tianyuan Trading Company was originally doing well in Yongxiang City, but for some reason, they retreated some time ago and handed over all their business to the Purple Cloud Trading Company. This resulted in the Purple Cloud Trading Company's wealth and overbearing manner. Tianyuan Trading Company has retreated? What happened? Yunxiao was taken aback. What happened? I don't know much about this either. If you want to know the details, you should ask President Luan Xian, Ji Zhengde said. I didn't expect her to show up at the wedding. Since she's in Yongxiang City, Yunxiao said, the city lord's daughter is getting married. She should at least give her some face. That's true, but it's not easy to meet President Han Xian, Ji Zhengde said. She's so young, beautiful, powerful, and rich. She's the goddess in the eyes of millions of men. If you want to consult her, now might be a good opportunity. It'll be difficult to see her again after the wedding banquet. I understand, Yunxiao said. However, he remained unmoved. He stood behind Ji Zhengde without saying a word, as if he was an ordinary person, like a stone on the roadside. Miss Han Xian, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you look so worried? I pity you. A handsome man with a smile on his face appeared in front of Han Xian. The man's facial features were distinct, as if they had been carved by a knife. There was a domineering air between his brows, and he was dressed in a green robe made of herbs. His face was filled with confidence and grace. Those who know me say I'm worried. Those who don't know me say what I want. The man leisurely recited a poem and waved the paper fan in his hand. He had a calm expression as he said with an elegant smile, I wonder if this one has the qualifications to help Miss Han Xian smooth out the wrinkles on her face. Han Chuan's face didn't look good, but she forced a smile when she saw the man. So it's the company commander. What has made such a beautiful young lady Han Xian so worried that I can't help but pity her? The man chuckled. You're joking, company commander, Han Xian said seriously. Recently, the Chamber of Commerce's matters have been too chaotic, and I'm so busy that I can't deal with it. Oh? Is it just a matter of the Chamber of Commerce? The company commander folded his paper fan and smiled. I've also done some research on the operation of the Chamber of Commerce. Why don't we have a good discussion? The two subordinates behind him immediately moved a jade chair over and placed it beside Han Xian. He did not hesitate to sit on it. Han Chuan's expression changed. She stood up and pointed at the seat of honor. Company commander, your seat is over there. I'm not used to sitting alone. The company commander chuckled. I wonder if I can invite Miss Han Xian to drink with me? We can also talk about the Chamber of Commerce. I believe that with my ability, I can solve all the problems that Miss Han Xian has. You're the one I'm most worried about right now, so please go back to your seat, Han Xian said. Miss Han Xian, my young master is the Lien family's eldest young master. With his status and background, can't he even have a drink with you? A servant behind the company commander said angrily. Young lady is too arrogant. The other servant also said coldly, Humph, young lady should think about it more. What would be the consequences if you offend my young master? The company commander's face changed and he rebuked angrily. What nonsense are you two servants talking about? Although this young master's family background is extremely great and my power is overwhelming, I've never used my status to oppress others. Moreover, Han Xian was a peerless beauty, so how could he be rude? You two dog slaves, hurry up and apologize, then get out and face the wall. Yes, yes. The two of them hurriedly apologized to Han Xian, and even slapped themselves while blaming themselves for speaking too much and asking for forgiveness. Miss Han Xian, this servant doesn't know how to speak. If you've offended him, You can beat or kill him as you wish, the company commander said. When the two of them heard this, they were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and kowtowed desperately to beg for mercy. Han Xian felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She waved her hand and said, "Get up and quickly return to your seats. The banquet is about to begin. If everyone looks at you, it will be a loss of style." "You're right, Miss Han Xian," the company commander chuckled. In his heart, he was sneering. His goal was to let everyone know that Han Xian belonged to his company commander. If anyone dared to have any thoughts about her, they would have to bear the anger of their Lien family. As expected, the young masters who had been trying to please Han Xian all had ugly expressions. The company commander sneered and said, "You two dog slaves, hurry up and help me move the jade stool back." "Yes, yes." The two of them trembled as they hurriedly lifted the jade stool and walked up. The company commander's seat was very close to the front, just below the main seat, which showed that his status was extremely noble. Xianxia patted Yunqiao's shoulder and said with a strange smile, "Your love rival? You're the love rival." Yunqiao's face darkened. "Your whole family is love rivals." Ji Zhengda's expression changed slightly. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "My lords, please be careful. You can't provoke that company commander. His background is terrifying. If you're not careful, you might get killed and your entire clan exterminated." Yun Xiao turned a deaf ear to his words and did not take them to heart at all. Xianxia laughed strangely and said, "Oh, I don't know where this person came from, but tell me so that I can be careful. I don't want to accidentally offend him and end up being chased to his lair. Since his surname is Lien, I guess he's from the Lien family of the 3 cities of the eastern region," Ning Kuei said indifferently. "It is. The Lien family is very powerful in the eastern region. They directly occupy the resources of 3 main cities and have a wide circle of friends. Their power can be said to spread throughout the entire eastern region. Besides the superpower of the Red Moon City, the Lien family is definitely one of the most powerful families," Ji Zhengda said with a serious expression. "Indeed," Ning Kuei said. "Apart from the Red Moon City, the Lien family strength is enough to rank in the top 10 in the entire eastern region." Ji Zhengda looked at Ning Kuei and said, "It seems that this lord has some understanding of the distribution of forces in the eastern region. Although I know that all of you have extraordinary origins, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Many forces in Yongxiang City are attached to the Lien family." Ning Kuei said, "As the eldest young master of the Lien family, this company commander is also a top figure. As long as nothing happens, he will be able to occupy a position in the eastern region in the future. I hope he is lucky." "Haha, I think it's incredible." Xianxia laughed. "I see that this person's complexion is extremely bad. His glabella is black, and his face has an ashen aura. He's most likely going to suffer." Ji Zhengda was shocked and waved his hands. "Your Excellency, please don't speak nonsense. This place is full of crooks and honest folks. There are many eyes and ears here. If this news were to reach the ears of the company's eldest son, it would be a huge trouble. Even the Star Moon School can't afford to offend such a local tyrant." He was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Lord Xianxia, don't scare him," Ning Qiyun said with a smile. Ji Zhengda nodded his head repeatedly with a look of fear. He suddenly felt that the name Xianxia was familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. Not only does the eldest young master have an amazing background, but he is also very talented. He practices both martial arts and sorcery, and his master in both martial arts and sorcery is also very powerful." Ji Zhengda seemed to be addicted to talking. He simply removed them all and said, "His master is the famous Master Hongyang in the eastern region. Master Hongyang has long been a peak 8-star alchemy master, and it's said that he's recently broken through to the 9th level. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's most likely true." "I've heard of Hongyang before," Ning Qiyun said. "But how do you know that he has really broken through to the 9th level? After all, any 9th-tier alchemist was an all-powerful existence. Even peerless powerhouses like them had to show some respect. Because Master Hongyang's master is the world-renowned and admired great alchemist of all heaven, Xianxia said. He's a great alchemist. With the ability of the great alchemist of all heaven, it shouldn't be difficult for him to help his disciple break through to the 9th tier of alchemy. Everyone was stunned as they turned to look at Luo Tian. Even the 3 elders of Red Moon City opened their eyes. Luo Tian's head was covered in cold sweat. He said awkwardly, Hongyang has indeed broken through to the 9th level. It was not long before I went to the Red Moon City. Although your analysis was not accurate, the result was correct. However, I really don't know if Luo has this disciple Luo. Xianxia was taken aback. As I expected, although an 8th tier alchemist is also an influential figure, he is on a completely different level from a 9th tier alchemist. This company commander's background is even more powerful, so you must not provoke him. He had used 2 10 millions at once, which showed how deep his fear was. Luo Tian felt everyone's strange gazes, and his head was covered in cold sweat. He took out a white silk handkerchief and kept wiping it. Qiu Mujia chuckled and said, Who's that kid's martial master? He should also be a powerhouse, right? The company commander's martial master is one of the council elders of Red Moon City, Lord Fu Yichuan. Not only is he highly respected, but he is also a 9 stars martial emperor. His name is known throughout the world. Xianxia said. The 3 old men's faces couldn't help but twitch, and there seemed to be some cold sweat on their foreheads. Although Fu Yichuan is a little rotten, he's still a good person, Ning Kuei said. Xianxia was so scared that he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Please don't speak nonsense, my lords. I don't want to be killed by you. He was so scared that he was about to cry. He felt all kinds of eyes looking at him from all directions. If such treasonous words were to be heard by the company commander, the Star and Moon School's branch would probably be closed. Ning Qiyun found it funny that he was trembling in fear, but she still comforted him. Don't worry. We won't talk about it anymore. That's good, that's good. Xianxia quickly shut his mouth and was determined not to say another word. He was afraid that he would provoke them to speak without thinking and cause a big disaster. Xianhua said to Yunxiao with a smile, This is troublesome. Your love rival has such a powerful background. You're dead. Shut up. Yunxiao's face was dark. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll really die today. Ha ha ha. Xianhua could not help but laugh. He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw Yunxiao's cold eyes, he quickly covered his mouth and laughed to himself. At this moment, the music in the hall suddenly changed to a high-pitched celebration. At the same time, the loud crackling of firecrackers sounded deafening. It seemed that the wedding banquet had begun. A group of people rushed in from outside the garden. They walked in joyfully under the high-pitched music, and their faces were full of smiles. Fresh flowers suddenly fell from the sky, filling the garden with their fragrance. The old man in the lead was grinning from ear to ear, constantly thanking the people around him for their congratulations. It was the city lord Songguang, who walked to the table surrounded by the crowd and constantly nodded to the crowd, full of joy. Thank you all for your support. Songguang is extremely grateful. All distinguished guests, please drink to your heart's content. City Lord is too polite. The 2 young ladies are getting married, and their husbands are the world-shaking #1 rising star. We are also sincerely happy about such a great happy event. That's right. Not only can I attend the wedding of the City Lord's daughter, but I can also see the face of the #1 young talent in the world. I was so excited that I didn't sleep well for a few days. So what if I haven't slept well for a few days? I haven't slept for a few days. I've been chanting sutras and praying all day long for the City Lord and the 2 young ladies. That's right. Without the City Lord's wise leadership, how could we have a happy life in Yongxiang City? Every New Year and festival, I visit relatives and friends, thunder and rain, 3 meals a day. Before and after sleeping, I have to pray for the City Lord. The company commander, who was not far from Songguang, also had a smile on his face, but his face twitched slightly, as if he couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly said, Lord Songguang, it's time to ask young Master Yunxiao and your daughter to come out, right? I admire and respect young Master Yunxiao and we've been friends for a long time. I finally have the chance to get to know him. Naturally. Song Guang also did not dare to neglect the company commander, and said, "The company commander's son's arrival has brought light to my humble home. It's also the time for the two of you to meet each other." The company commander seemed to be a little excited and hurriedly said, "Lord Song Guang, you're too kind. How can my reputation compare to young Master Yunxiao's?" Song Guang smiled slightly, his face full of pride as he loudly said, "Please, young Master Yunxiao." The music on both sides changed again. Song Han led the way from the outside of the garden, and a young man walked in, talking and laughing. The young man had delicate features and was fair and tender. He could be considered a handsome man, but he had a bit more of a rouge-like aura. Two beautiful women followed behind the man. They were both dressed in bright red robes and had charming expressions. The two of them looked quite similar and were clearly sisters. She was indeed more beautiful than a flower. No wonder she had attracted Yunxiao's love. Everyone's eyes lit up with envy. Li Yunxiao strode into the garden with a proud look on his face, a cold smile on his lips. From time to time, he would look at the front and the sky, as if no one in the hall was worthy of his attention. But sometimes he would look at Song Han, and sometimes he would turn his head to look at his two beautiful wives, his eyes shining. Xianxia was stunned. "There's really some resemblance. Could he be your younger brother?" he said. He poked Yunxiao a few times with his hand. Yunxiao wiped off his cold sweat. The man in front of him had obviously been carefully dressed up, and his appearance was somewhat similar to his. He had most likely seen him before. "Young Master Yunxiao." Song Guang immediately stood up and personally went to greet him. Everyone could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. The company commander also hurriedly stepped out of the ranks, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Only Han Xian was still sitting in front of the table with a stunned look on her face. Then, she seemed to understand something and chuckled instead, the wisp of worry between her brows disappearing. She seemed to be in a very good mood and couldn't help but pour herself a cup of spiritual fruit wine. As she drank it, her face seemed to relax and her whole person seemed to have a kind of gorgeous aura. "Greetings to the city lord." Li Yunxiao stepped forward and bowed with a faint smile. Song Guang laughed and hurriedly grabbed his hand to help him up. He was all smiles as he said, "Are you still calling me city lord?" Li Yunxiao chuckled. "Then, I'll be so bold as to pay my respects to you, father-in-law." "Haha, it's my father-in-law. Come. Quickly follow me to the seat." Song Guang was overjoyed. He did not let go of Li Yunxiao's hand and walked forward. Li Yunxiao had been smiling the whole time. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw Han Xian, who was sitting not far away and drinking by herself. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then a layer of haze covered them. Almost everyone was standing to welcome him, except Han Xian, who was sitting upright and drinking by herself, as if she didn't care about him at all. An old woman behind Han Xian, who was the shopkeeper of the Purple Cloud Trade Union in Yongxiang City, poked her back gently as if to remind her. "It's fine," Han Xian replied with a smile. The old woman looked puzzled and worried. Not only did Li Yunxiao see Han Xuan's attitude, but almost everyone else had seen it, and the Song family man's face was obviously unsightly. Song Guang pulled Li Yunxiao directly to the right and sat down. The seat should have been reserved for the matriarch of the Song family, but it was left empty for Li Yunxiao. It was clear that the Song family respected and treated the son-in-law beyond the rules. Song Han and her two wives stood on the left and right, and a charming woman in a jasmine dress followed behind them. "Young Master Yunxiao, I'm the company commander of the Lian family of the Eastern region." After everyone was seated, the company commander stood up and went forward to greet them. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So it's the Lian family's eldest young master. It's an honor to meet you. I don't dare to call myself young master in front of young Master Yunxiao," the company commander said hurriedly, overjoyed. "I've long admired young Master Yunxiao, and it's my great fortune to be able to meet you today." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "You're too modest, young master. I've long wanted to make friends with you. In the entire eastern region, the 7 stars used to be the leader, so how is it now? In the entire eastern region, only the Lien family's eldest young master is outstanding. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The company commander was overjoyed, and he was so excited that he did not know what to do for a moment. If it were someone else who said this, he would at most smile, but since it came from Li Yunxiao, it had a different meaning. Song Guang smiled. Company commander, you don't have to be so modest. With your family background, Yunxiao's outstanding talent is well-deserved. You're too kind. City Lord and young Master Yunxiao are too kind. The company commander was filled with joy and felt lightheaded, his mind a little blank. The rest of the people in their seats also wanted to come forward and get to know Yunxiao, but due to Yunxiao's reputation and their own meager status, they were all nervous. Song Guang smiled and said, Company Commander Young Master, you don't have to belittle yourself. Just as Yunxiao said, who can compare to you in the entire eastern region? In the entire world, who can compare to my good son-in-law Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao said humbly, there are still many heroes in the world. Last time, Lord Ao Chongkong, Lord Lu Zongzi, and I had a good chat while drinking wine to discuss heroes. There are a few who can be called the heroes of the world. Han Xian, who was drinking fine wine, couldn't help but choke. She coughed non-stop, and her face turned red. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and anger flashed across his face as he said coldly, Who is this beautiful lady? You seem to have a problem with this young master's words. This is the president of the Purple Cloud Trade Union, Miss Zi Xian. The captain quickly introduced. Please don't blame her, young Master Yunxiao. She only choked and was impolite. You're choking? Are my words so easy to choke? Li Yunxiao's face turned even gloomier. He was talking nonsense, and he was very sensitive and guilty. Han Xian, quickly offer a toast to young Master Yunxiao as an apology. The company commander hurriedly said. Han Xian coughed for a while before she recovered. She blushed at her own rudeness, but her expression was calm. She wasn't as flustered or nervous as the others thought. She smiled and said, Han Xian lost her composure just now. Please don't blame her, young Master Yunxiao. She raised her wine glass from afar and emphasized the words, young Master Yunxiao. Then, she smiled and drank the wine in one go. Li Yunxiao's heart could not help but skip a beat, as if he felt that something was wrong. Had this man met Yunxiao before? After all, Yunxiao had fought several times in Red Moon City, and thousands of people had seen him. He had only imitated him after watching from a distance. He immediately said, It's just presumptuous and rude. It's fine. I've been cultivating a divine ability recently, which has changed my demeanor and temperament. But if I can master it, I won't be far from being invincible. It's worth it. Invincible. Everyone was shocked. Song Guang quickly said, I wonder what divine ability it is? Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said with a proud look, I haven't thought of the name of the magical power yet. It was created by Lord Gong Jingqi of the Holy Region, a few secretaries, Lord Ao Chongkong, and I. As I made the greatest contribution, Lord Gongyang Zhengqi asked me to name this divine art. Unfortunately, I haven't thought of a name yet, so I won't mention it for the time being. Song Guang was shocked. At Yunxiao's age, he's actually able to study martial arts, divine arts with these great experts and make the greatest contribution. He's truly a rare genius. In the future, he'll definitely rule the world and become a figure of his generation. Li Yunxiao smiled in embarrassment and said, I've only proposed some key techniques. Although I'm the one who created them, my strength is limited, after all. The power I display is still slightly inferior to that of Ao Chongkong and the other lords. This divine art can hold the moon in the 9 heavens above and catch turtles in the 5 oceans below. I will name my 2 beloved concubines Song Bai and Song Lian. Let's call it the 9-5 Green Lotus Divine Art. Good. It's a good name indeed. Song Bai, Song Lian, hurry up and thank Yunxiao. Song Guang's eyes lit up. With young Master Yunxiao's age and talent, the company commander said enviously, I'll be satisfied if I can see your back in my life. Everyone also cheered one after another, all of them looking excited. It was just that they didn't know what they were excited about. Song Bai and Song Lian blushed and hurriedly bowed. Many thanks, husband. Us two sisters can also benefit from this light and become famous under the heavens. Li Yunxiao felt the burning eyes of the crowd and was very satisfied. He said in high spirits, "Haha, the two ladies are too polite. If you follow me, not only will you be famous in the world, but you will also be able to help the two ladies to step into the martial emperor realm in no time." Xianhua's face was black as he slapped his forehead and said, "Will you die if you don't show off like this? I can't take it anymore. I should call it, don't want the Azure Lotus Supreme skill." Lu Fian also said, "I've been in closed-door cultivation for many years. I didn't expect there to be so many strange people in the outside world. Today is an eye-opener." Ji Zhengde was so scared that his face turned pale. He cried, "My lords, I beg of you, please don't speak nonsense or you'll die." Fortunately, everyone was in high spirits and kept cheering, so no one heard their mumbling. Suddenly, Yan Xingho stepped forward. "Why is everyone talking so much?" Young Master Yunxiao was getting married, and the city lord's daughter was getting married. If everyone was truly happy, they should show some sincerity. 1,000 words can't compare to my thousands of threads. A ball of white light flickered in his hand and slowly turned into a ball of soft white silk, emitting cold stars. "Is this the silk of the mayfly ice worm?" Song Guang's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's ice silk. It's 3,000 years old and a 9th-level upper-grade material. I really can't take it out. I hope you won't mind." Yan Xinghua smiled. "Haha, you must be joking, Lord Spark. This ice silk is the main material for making swords impenetrable. It's extremely precious. Many thanks for Brother Yan Xinghua's generous gift." Song Guang waved his hand, and immediately, a servant came forward to collect the 3,000 years ice silk and register it. Yan Xinghua was pleased. He smiled. "If City Lord likes it, then I can rest assured." "Humph, even though it's a 3,000-year ice silk, it's only a substandard one that's been refined more than 10 times. One of them said disdainfully. Yan Xingho was furious. Just as he was about to flare up, he saw that it was the company commander who had spoken. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, "Young master, I, Yan Xinghua, am naturally not as rich as the Lian family. If young master has any generous gifts, just take them out. There's no need to insult me like this." The company commander gently waved his paper fan and smiled. "I'm not trying to insult you, but this 3,000-year ice silk is a good thing. I'm just a nobody, only a few drops of myriad flower 100 treasures due. I hope City Lord won't mind." "What? 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due?" Song Guang suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. Everyone was shocked. Yan Xingho was taken aback for a moment. Then his face darkened and he said nothing. Even Li Yunxiao was greatly surprised, his eyes flashing. When the company commander saw the effect, he was immediately proud and said, "I heard that the city lord made a mistake in his cultivation last time and accidentally injured his body. I have gone through many hardships to find this medicine. I hope Lord Songguang and young Master Yunxiao will accept it." Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he said in great joy, "I'm also getting a share." "Of course," the company commander said with a smile. "We found a total of 8 drops of myriad flowers 100 treasures due. It just so happens that the city lord and young Master Yunxiao each have 4 drops." He took out 2 jade bottles from his body and beckoned the little person beside him to take them. Both Song Guang and Li Yunxiao were overjoyed. They hurriedly took the jade bottles and thanked him repeatedly. The others all had envious expressions. The 10,000 flower 100 treasures due, as its name suggested, was brewed from the pulp of 10,000 flowers. The effect of each drop was stronger than a 9th-tier medicinal pill. The company commander's action was equivalent to taking out 8 9th-tier medicinal pills. The extent of his generosity made everyone present speechless. After taking the jade bottles, Song Guang and Li Yunxiao hurriedly opened the caps, and a sweet fragrance spread out, making everyone drool. The price of these 8 drops of myriad flowers 100 treasures due is much higher than 10 ninth-grade medicinal pills. It's just that I'm really happy today, the company commander said proudly. After saying a few words, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Song Guang's expression. His heart couldn't help but jump, and he stopped to ask, "City Lord, what's wrong?" Song Guang's face was still full of smiles, but it was completely frozen as he stared at the bottle without saying a word. Li Yunxiao's face grew uglier and uglier. Suddenly, he threw the jade bottle on the table, rolled a few times and said, "Company Commander, what kind of enmity do you have with this young master that you have to play with me like this?" The company commander was stunned and a little confused. He said, "Why do you say that, young master Yunxiao? I can't wait to befriend the young master. How could I play? Don't you like the 4 drops of myriad flower dew?" "Humph!" Li Yunxiao slapped the table and said angrily, "Captain, you're going too far." The company commander was shocked and didn't know what was going on. He said awkwardly, This Lao AI, young master Yunxiao, why do you say that?" Everyone stopped in shock. They didn't know why, but they were all confused. Song Guang's expression also turned cold. He placed the jade bottle on the table and said, "Company Commander, I hope this is just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" The company commander's eyes fell on the jade bottle, and he could not help but have a bad feeling in his heart. The jade bottle of Yunxiao was already on the table, and it was empty inside. There was no myriad flowers 100 treasures due in it. Ah! With the company commander's eyesight, he naturally saw it. He screamed in surprise and said, This, what is going on? Where's my 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due?" His voice was so sharp that it was as if someone had grabbed his neck. After being stunned for a moment, he almost went crazy, and all the hair on his body stood up. Who stole my 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due?" The company commander's eyes were filled with ferocity. He looked around and stared at the subordinate who had been presented to him. The subordinate trembled as he felt the murderous gaze. He was so scared that he knelt down with a plop and said in a trembling voice, Young master, it's not me, it can't be me." Song Guang chimed in. "With this fellow's cultivation base, it's impossible for him to play tricks in front of everyone. Moreover, young master Yunxiao is here." "Humph. I'm afraid that the person who can do something under young master Yunxiao's nose has not been born yet." "Captain," Yunxiao snorted, "this 10,000 flowers 100 treasures due was taken directly from you. No one must have done anything to it." The company commander's face was as ugly as it could be. He also calmed down in an instant. It was absolutely impossible for the subordinate in front of him to replace or steal the item. He had even checked it last night, and the 8 drops of dew were safe and sound. Where did the dew go? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This impossible thing was happening to him. "City Lord, young master Yunxiao, you must believe me. I'm definitely not toying with the 2 of you," the captain shouted, but he felt that his words were too pale, as if he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the yellow river. His body suddenly trembled, and he walked forward to pick up the 2 jade bottles and sniffed them. He suddenly said, "Just now when City Lord opened the jade bottle, the fragrance filled the air. Now only a faint residual fragrance is left. This means that there was still precious dew in the bottle just now." Song Guang's brows furrowed. He also felt that it was strange. The fragrance that assailed his nose just now was definitely not an incomplete fragrance. There should really be precious dew inside. "Captain," he shouted angrily, "are you saying that young master Yunxiao and I stole your dew and then framed you?" The company commander was stunned. According to the analysis, this was the only possibility. However, it didn't make sense either. He was stunned and his head was covered in cold sweat. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot nest. He didn't have his own opinion and didn't know what to do. Li Yunxiao also had an unsightly look on his face as he said in a strange voice, Humph, I'm unrivaled in the world. Whether it's in the sanctuary, the sea of soul formation, or the 7 major sects, I'm a distinguished guest. Today, in Yongxiang City, I'm actually accused of stealing the 10,000 flower hundred treasure due. Humph, even the eldest young master should have heard about it. The current lord of Red Moon City, Luo Qingyun, is my good friend, and the deputy city lord, Li Yi, is my cousin. Why don't we ask them to come and help me reason with this? The company commander was shocked and his head was covered in cold sweat. Only then did he panic and say, "Young Master Yunxiao, please calm down. Someone is definitely trying to frame me this time. I will definitely find out the truth and give the city lord and young Master Yunxiao an explanation." Although he said so, he did not have any idea what to do. After checking the 2 bottles of myriad flowers due last night, only this subordinate, Song Guang, had contacted Li Yunxiao. It was impossible for this dog-slave subordinates to do anything in front of so many experts, and it was also impossible for Song Guang and Li Yunxiao to join forces to deal with him. He had never offended them, so he was completely dumbfounded. The entire place was filled with all kinds of whispers, all of them watching the joke with mocking expressions, feeling very happy. Yan Xinghua, in particular, felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. He almost hummed a song. "You're too ruthless," Xianxia muttered. "You didn't leave a single drop for anyone else?" Yunxiao glared at him. "Why didn't you think I was cruel before eating?" he said. "Now you're saying I'm cruel?" Xianxia scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, I'm talking nonsense. This dew is really good. By the way, you took 8 drops from them, gave me 1 and ate 7. You're too cruel," he said with a frown. "I thought it was only 2 drops. 2 drops? Yunxiao shouted. "Do you think you can get a share? Get lost." Their voices were very low, but Ji Zhengde could hear every single word. He seemed to have smelled a faint fragrance. Ji Zhengde's mind went blank and he stood rooted to the ground. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The nostrils of the person seated above him twitched as he asked suspiciously, "It smells so good. What's that? What are you guys mumbling about?" Suddenly, a cold voice came, and the company commander glanced over with a murderous look. He didn't hear their conversation, but when he looked around, everyone avoided his eyes out of fear. Only the few people behind Ji Zhengde looked calm and ignored him. In addition, Yunxiao and Xianxia were whispering to each other, which immediately ignited the anger in his body, and he seemed to have found a vent. Ji Zhengde looked at the company commander who was walking over with a gloomy face and an imposing aura. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his body could not help but shiver. Suddenly, Han Xuan's body trembled as she looked down in disbelief. She stood up and exclaimed, "Young Master Yun,